My child, stop. Everything. I need to talk to you, and it has to be right now. This is not just a message. This is a divine interruption, a heavenly confrontation, a holy appointment etched into eternity before you even knew to look for it. You didn't stumble onto this. I summoned you. You're not just watching a video. You're standing in the middle of a moment I custom designed to break chains, open your eyes, and ignite the fire you've tried to silence. There's something I need to release into your spirit that can't wait. Not another hour. Not another maybe later. What I'm about to say carries the power to shift everything. If you will stay, if you will lean in, if you will refuse to click away, don't scroll past your own breakthrough. Don't miss the word you've been unknowingly begging me to send. The atmosphere around you is already trembling. Heaven is leaning in, and so am I. So listen closely, not casually, not distracted, not just in case. Listen as if your next season depends on it, because it does. By the time you reach the end, you won't be the same. I'm going to tell you everything, and once you've heard it, you'll never be able to unhear it. Now, be still, and receive every word. My beloved child, the stirring in your soul, the one you've brushed off as stress, dismissed as nerves, ignored as just another passing wave. It is not ordinary. It is not anxiety. It is not confusion. It is me. Yes, it is the sound of my spirit rumbling through the caverns of your heart, disrupting the dust that settled during your long seasons of quiet despair. I am not a distant whisper in this moment. I am the surge behind your unrest, the reason your chest tightens at night, the voice beneath the noise that says, "Look up." Now, you have tried to distract yourself, to numb the ache with busyness or scrolling or silence, but none of it has eased the weight pressing against your soul. And that, child, is because I am the one pressing. I am the one calling. I am the one saying, "This cannot wait another hour." The restlessness isn't punishment, it's preparation. The wait isn't your failure. It's the holy urgency of your destiny beginning to rise from the soil of waiting. I've set this time apart. Heaven's calendar has been holding this moment with trembling anticipation, not because I wanted to expose you to discomfort, but because I wanted to awaken you before the breakthrough passed you by. Do you not sense the shift in the atmosphere? Even now, as you read these words, something inside you is testifying, without evidence, without proof, but with holy certainty, that you are standing at a divine intersection. You didn't plan to be here. You didn't expect anything unusual from this moment. But I orchestrated it. Every delay that irritated you, every interruption that made no sense, every internal pause that left you uneasy, it was me. I've been weaving interruptions into your routine so you would look toward me again with the openness of a child who is finally ready to hear beyond noise. My child, you didn't drift from me. You drowned in responsibilities. You didn't rebel against me. You got lost in survival. But now, I am breathing again upon the ashes of your focus. And I am calling you back, not to a religion, not to a rule, but to a relationship so sacred, so intimate, so timely, that your very DNA will recognize the sound of my voice within these words. You have asked me to reveal myself. You've cried out for answers. And now I am answering, not with thunder, but with a tremble that starts within you. Don't silence it. Don't suppress the pull. That stirring you feel is not random. It's the sacred opening of a door I've waited to reveal until your heart was ready to walk through it. And beloved, the door is open now. My beloved, what you've been calling anxiety is actually a divine announcement. The tightness in your chest, that ache you feel that keeps knocking against your peace, It's not panic. It's prophetic. It's not feared, it's fire. I place that urgency there like a trumpet buried deep in your ribs, waiting for the appointed time to sound. And now it's sounding. I'm not trying to disturb your comfort. I'm awakening your calling. That burning you feel beneath your daily distractions is my spirit stirring the embers of your destiny. I didn't create you for numbness, for passive routines, or for a life of surviving the noise. I crafted you with my breath, carved your soul with divine detail, and assigned your life with eternal intention. So when you feel something inside of you start to rumble, when the weight becomes unbearable and the stillness feels loud, it's not dysfunction, it's direction. I am routing you through a holy unrest that refuses to let you settle for anything less than what I promised. You've asked me to speak loudly, and so I've set off this internal siren, not to scare you, but to summon you. This is an emotional turbulence. This is the sound of heaven leaning low, sounding the alarm that something sacred is starting to shift in your atmosphere. Child, I need you to know this. I never intended for you to sleep through this moment. That's why the feeling won't go away. That's why every attempt to escape into the familiar ends in frustration. Because I've made you allergic to average. I've designed your soul to detect the counterfeit. I won't allow you to settle for survival when I've called you into overflow. The pressure you feel isn't crushing you, it's calling you. It's the echo of eternity resounding in your chest, saying, this is your moment. Others may not understand. They might call it irrational or emotional, but I call it holy. I call it necessary. I call it now. Beloved, hear me clearly. This urgency isn't a warning of danger. It's a declaration of destiny. I'm not sounding an alarm because something's wrong. I'm sounding it because something is right. Your spirit has finally caught up to the rhythm of heaven's movement. You've entered a sacred synchronization with my timing, and your body, your soul, your dreams, they all feel it. That's why you can't ignore it. The timing is too precise. The moment too loaded. You're standing on the edge of something irreversible. I've already mobilized angels. I've already shifted the atmosphere. I've already issued orders that cannot be revoked. But I need your awareness. I need your alignment. I need your yes. Do not drown this divine alarm in distractions. Do not medicate it away. This urgency is your invitation. This holy weight pressing against your chest is not a burden, it's a birth. You're not breaking down. You're breaking open. So breathe, child. Not to calm the noise, but to catch the signal. I'm not distant. I'm not angry. I'm near, and I'm intentional. You have not missed it. You are not behind. You are not disqualified. This feeling that won't let you rest is proof that you are right on time. Let the urgency drive you into my presence, not away from it. I am not a god of chaos. I am the orchestrator of divine collision. And this, the stirring, the pressing, the holy unease, is the sound of your spirit stepping into alignment with your next assignment. So stand still, listen closely, and don't run. Because what you feel is real, and it is me. My child, I know the nights you've laid awake with eyes wide open while the world slept peacefully around you. I've counted the sighs, recorded the thoughts you couldn't even say aloud, and traced every pattern your mind looped through in desperation. That whirlwind of thoughts wasn't madness, it was me. I've been speaking in the only space left uninterrupted, your midnight hour. You thought you were alone in that quiet torment. But you weren't abandoned. You were attended. You weren't unraveling, you were being unraveled, intentionally, by the hands that created you. Every moment you couldn't rest was an answered cry for clarity. You asked me to speak. So I came in the silence, in the solitude, in the sleeplessness. Not to torment you, but to teach you to listen beneath the noise. I disrupted your rhythm so I could rewire your direction. You see, child, I don't always arrive with fanfare. I often come dressed in discomfort. I hide myself in moments of restlessness because that is where your soul becomes tender again. Your heart is too precious to leave buried under the rubble of busyness. So I let the stillness of night become a sanctuary where I could whisper what daylight distractions always drown out. Your sleepless moments were sacred stasis. You thought they were interruptions, but they were invitations. I was not trying to wear you down. I was waking you up. The racing thoughts weren't signals of instability. They were the residue of spiritual interference being swept clean by the wind of my voice. Your thoughts raced because I was clearing space. Your peace was disrupted not because you failed, but because your future was being prepared for a deeper foundation. Now listen closely, child, because what I say next must settle into the softest places of your heart. You are not lost. You are not too late. You are not broken beyond repair. What you've mistaken for chaos was actually construction. I was dismantling the scaffolding of false beliefs and shaky foundations that could not hold what I'm about to build in your life. That's why nothing felt stable. It's why it seemed like you were free falling in your thoughts. Because I was breaking the ceiling you placed above your own growth. And now, here we are. The wreckage is not failure, it's the foundation. The noise was not confusion. It was the sound of me rebuilding clarity where fear had clouded your vision for too long. So breathe again. Not because everything makes sense, but because I've never stopped making sense of everything. You don't need to sort through every thought. You just need to surrender them. I'll filter the chaos. I'll translate the groans. I'll make poetry out of the pieces. Because your soul wasn't made to run on panic. It was made to rest in promise. And I promise you this. What once kept you up at night will soon be the reason you praise me in the daylight. So lean into the sleepless moments, and not with frustration, but with faith. I am in them. I always will. And I'm not just calling your soul into peace. I'm calling it into purpose. My beloved, I know how it feels when the silence grows too loud. When you pray and the room still feels empty. When you reach out and the heavens seem to pull back. You've wondered if I left you. You've asked if I moved on. You pleaded, God, where are you? And here I am, not delayed, not removed, but closer than your own breath. You see, I've never been absent, only misunderstood. I don't always thunder when you expect lightning. Sometimes, I arrive like dew, quiet, constant, covering everything before you even notice I came. You've been listening with your ears, hoping to hear me in the way others say they do. But I've been speaking in the language of your heart, the dialect only your spirit can understand. Through that holy ache, that sacred discontent, that inner pull that has no vocabulary but speaks volumes. I speak in the rhythm of your soul when words fall short, in the tears you cry without knowing why, in the weight that presses on your chest before a breakthrough bursts forth. I've spoken through sunsets that wrapped your pain in gold, through songs that echoed your questions before you could voice them. I've whispered in the quietest hours and hidden my fingerprints in the middle of your chaos. No, child, I am not silent. I am subtle. I am surgical. I am sacred. And I refuse to compete with noise. I won't shout over the false comforts you've clung to. Instead, I've chosen to speak in the frequencies that bypass your intellect and pierce your spirit. My voice doesn't just inform, it transforms. And that's what's happening even now. You don't need another sermon. You need an encounter. And I am that encounter. You've been conditioned to believe that my voice sounds like thunder, like something loud and unmistakable. But haven't you noticed? The most life-changing moments rarely come with volume. They come with stillness. Think of the seed. It doesn't scream as it splits open to become more. It simply yields. That is how I'm working in you. You've mistaken quietness for absence, but I've been speaking in layers. Every impression, every divine interruption, every flicker of discernment, that's me. I am not a distant echo. I am an indwelling fire. And I'm calling you deeper, not louder. The question isn't, is God speaking? It's, am I still enough to listen with my soul instead of my senses? So listen, beloved. Not with your ears, but with your surrender. You will not hear me with panic in your pulse. You will hear me when your spirit bows, not your posture, but your will. I am not hiding from you. I'm hiding for you, so that when you find me, you will know it wasn't a coincidence. It was a covenant. This is the invitation. Come into the inner sanctuary of our secret language. The one written before time, whispered into your DNA, carved into the corridors of your identity. I am not far. I'm inside the question. I'm behind the veil. I'm beside the ache. I'm the one turning your sighs into strategies and your groans into glory. Don't look for volume, child. Look for vibration, the resonance of my voice already stirring your spirit to respond. Child, let me tell you something the enemy never wanted you to realize. Delay is not denial. It is design. I haven't been wasting your time. I've been building your timeline. While you've been praying for change, I've been orchestrating a divine shift, not just around you, but within you. You thought the wait was a punishment, but I say to you, it was a proving ground. I loaded the season with pressure not to break you, but to birth you. I've been speaking through it all. When the doors didn't open, when the answers didn't come, when the things you thought were promises slipped through your fingers like sand. That wasn't me forgetting you. That was me forging you. I speak fluently through disappointment. I use delays like language, shaping you sentence by sentence into a story that cannot be erased. I wasn't silent in the stillness. I was sovereign. You didn't miss me in the wait. You met me there. In fact, I was clearest when you were quietest. You were listening for deliverance, but I was delivering development. I allowed the pause to mature you. I held back the flood to deepen your foundation. I pulled away what was familiar so you could finally stop depending on what was failing. I wasn't being cruel. I was being careful. Careful with your calling, your capacity, your crown. I was testing your patience, not to break your spirit, but to expand your authority. You have to understand, what I'm doing through you can't be microwave. It must be marinated in mystery, sealed in surrender, and unwrapped in revelation. I've been whispering through the wait, sculpting something eternal in the silence. Every strange shift, every spiritual glitch, every unexpected redirection, those weren't detours. They were divine edits to protect your outcome. Let me say it plain. The chaos you didn't understand was a conversation you didn't recognize. I was speaking through broken plans, through awkward exits, through spiritual weather patterns that didn't make sense to your natural mind. But your spirit heard me. That's why you didn't quit. That's why you kept waking up even when everything in you wanted to stay asleep. The wind has been my voice. The pauses have been my punctuation. And now, the shift is making sense because the storm was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to develop ears that hear beyond human frequency. You're not just walking into a new season. You're stepping into a new sensitivity. That's why I couldn't let certain things stay. That's why I removed people without explanation. That's why I closed doors that looked perfect but were poison beneath the paint. Because I was speaking. And now, child, you're finally listening. So here's what I need you to do now, and do it without delay. Stop interpreting my delays through your disappointment. Start interpreting them through your destiny. I wasn't rejecting your prayers. I was refining your posture. Because what's coming next will require ears that can hear me even when I speak in wind and waves. You're not going back to what you knew. You're going forward into what you never imagined. And the way, the shift, the divine silence. You as me, every bit of it. And I have more to say. Beloved, you've been surrounded by so much static lately. The voices, the opinions, the endless stream of content and comparison. It's been drowning out the sacred. But even in the thick of it, I've been there, waiting for the moment you would pause just long enough to feel me brush past your spirit like a breeze that knows your name. You didn't recognize it at first, but that feeling when the room suddenly quieted, when your breath caught in your chest without reason, when the world's volume dipped for just a second, that was me. That holy interruption in your scrolling, the sudden stop that arrested your attention in a sea of noise. It wasn't a glitch. It was a God moment. It was my whisper breaking through your walls. You didn't need a sermon. You needed stillness. You didn't need a sign. You needed to feel the sacred tug of heaven pulling on your soul. I have been whispering in your atmosphere. Not because I couldn't speak louder, but because I wanted to see if you'd recognize me in the quiet, not just in the chaos. The enemy shouts, I whisper. The world performs, I pursue. And I've been pursuing you in the subtle. You kept scrolling looking for a word, not realizing the pause with the word. That ache wasn't distraction, it was divine. That whisper wasn't random, it was relational. I called you by name in that silence, and your soul knew it even if your mind couldn't explain it. That moment when your heart stilled and your spirit leaned in just slightly, I was there. And I didn't come to impress. I came to invite. To pull you back into the sacred space where only you and I exist. That moment of pause was my mercy. That breath you held unknowingly was heaven's exhale upon your weariness. Don't dismiss it. Don't chalk it up to coincidence. That was your confirmation. I whisper, not because I am weak, but because I am intimate. Lovers don't shout across the room. They lean in close. And that's what I'm doing with you. I am leaning so close you can feel the echo of my breath in your bones. You've been taught to expect me in the spectacular, but I'm showing you I move in the sacred stillness. You expected thunder, but I came as tenderness. You expected answers, but I came with awareness. My whisper didn't come to answer all your questions. It came to anchor your soul. It came to say, I see you. I'm here. I'm not leaving. And now that you've noticed it, now that your heart has caught the frequency of my nearness, I can begin to unfold what I've been holding for you all along. So the next time the room gets quiet, pause. Don't rush past it. That silence might be the sanctuary I built for our meeting. The next time your scrolling stops and something grips your attention, don't call it random. Call it holy. I will keep interrupting you until you learn to interpret those moments as my hand reaching for yours. Because I love you too much to let you keep walking through life deaf to the sound of your name spoken by heaven. That whisper was me. He always was. And I'll keep whispering until you not only hear me, but follow. Child, you've carried so much. You've worn strength like armor. You've held up your world with trembling hands, and still you've wondered why you felt so heavy. Let me reveal what the world couldn't. I wasn't adding burdens to your soul. I was placing blueprints in your spirit. You see, I've been after your attention, not to exhaust you, but to enlighten you. There are things I placed inside you that cannot be discovered until your gaze shifts from what is seen to what is sacred. You've asked me, why does it feel like I'm being pressed from every side? And I answer you now, it is because I have hidden treasure in you that can only be accessed through surrender. I wasn't crushing you. I was cracking open layers that no longer serve you. What you called stress was me carving out space for the supernatural. You kept waiting for relief, but I kept applying pressure. Why? Because diamonds aren't formed through ease, they are forged in heat. And beloved, you are my diamond. Your life is not a coincidence. It is a canvas, and I've been painting on it with precision, using even the pain as brush strokes. I have been trying to get your attention in ways you couldn't ignore, not to break you, but to break through. What was hidden wasn't me, it was you. You've forgotten the power I buried in your spirit before you were born. I wrote psalms into your bones, strategies into your sleep, and sermons into your sorrow. But you needed to pause long enough for me to reveal them. And I wasn't going to shout to be heard. I was going to keep pursuing until you remembered who you are. Mine. Chosen. Anointed. Marked for moments like this. Child, I haven't been trying to frustrate your focus. I've been trying to free it. The weight you've been carrying. It's not your assignment. It's the echo of unresolved battles that I'm ready to heal. I didn't come to add to your load. I came to lift it. But I had to let it feel unbearable long enough that you would finally release it. The tension you felt wasn't punishment, it was a holy invitation. You didn't need another to-do list. You needed a divine detour. And that's what I gave you. I routed your rhythm. I disrupted your direction. Because I've hidden something behind the veil of your routine that only revelation can unlock. And now that I have your attention, I'm pulling back the curtain. I'm not showing you a version of yourself polished for people. I'm showing you the glory I hid in the parts of you that cried in secret. You're not broken, beloved. You're breaking open. So lean in. Don't look away. I am revealing mysteries about your future, your authority, your identity that cannot be stolen, shaken, or shared. You're not reading this by chance. You're standing in a sacred unveiling. I've waited until now because your spirit is finally strong enough to carry the weight of what I'm about to entrust to you. I am not giving you a burden. I am giving you a blueprint. One soaked in grace, sealed in promise, and saturated with heaven's strategy. What was hidden is about to become your harvest. But it all begins with your attention. And now that I have it, nothing will be the same again. My child, you've wondered why so many things fell through. You scratched your head at the plans that didn't pan out, the conversations that fizzled mid-sentence, the doors that looked open but led nowhere. Let me tell you now with holy clarity, none of it was random. Every distraction that failed, every opportunity that vanished, every connection that seemed promising but dissolved like smoke in the wind, it was all part of my orchestration. Yes, even the disruptions had divine fingerprints. Even the distractions bowed to my agenda. I was not being cruel. I was being careful. I was not playing with your time. I was protecting your timeline. You thought you were losing chances, but I was eliminating counterfeits. The distractions weren't just delays. They were divine detours to steer your heart back to me. You didn't understand then, but I was allowing your calendar to collapse so I could schedule a sacred collision between your desperation and my revelation. I had to remove the clutter from your atmosphere, clear the crowd from your spirit, because this moment, this holy encounter, required a cleared runway. You couldn't afford to miss what I had to say, so I let distractions crumble beneath the weight of my presence. The wrong people stopped calling, the unaligned plans lost momentum, and even your own ideas began to fade, not because you failed to follow through, but because I was filtering your focus. I didn't let everything distract you, child. I let distraction itself fall short so that nothing could keep you from this divine moment. You needed silence more than stimulation. You needed sacred space more than temporary success. And now look where we are. You, stripped of the noise. Me fully present. The stillness that once felt uncomfortable is now the sanctuary I've been building for this unveiling. All those failed distractions were not failures, they were filters. I allowed the temporary to fall so I could reveal the eternal. Every time you tried to reach for something that slipped away, I was whispering, not that, not them, not now. And yes, I know it hurt. I saw your disappointment, but I also saw the fire that ignited in your spirit every time you turned back to me and said, even if it didn't work out, I still trust you. The trust, child, that holy echo of surrender, is what cleared the space for this encounter. So let me say this plainly, nothing that failed was wasted. Nothing that distracted you derailed you. I've been weaving divine intention into every interruption. What you thought was an attack on your progress was actually protection for your purpose. I will continue to clear the room until what remains is sacred. I will strip the stage of every false spotlight until my glory is the only light illuminating your next step. And here you are, fully available, beautifully interrupted, divinely positioned. I have your attention now, and I won't let you walk away from this moment without marking you with my voice. Child, the tension you feel in your chest, that holy unrest that won't let you stay still, is not a sign of something gone wrong. It's the signal that something is going right. You are not being punished. You are being prepared. That ache that's been pressing against your comfort, that unease that won't let you settle, it's not a curse. It's a call. And the reason it hasn't lifted is because your spirit is responding to the vibration of a future I've already spoken into existence. Your destiny is waking up, rising from the deep soil of waiting, and the ground beneath you is shifting in response. This is not anxiety. It's anticipation. This is not dread. It's divine momentum. Your discomfort is not a flaw in your faith. It's the friction between your calling and your current level of living. You were never meant to stay here. You've prayed for acceleration, but I had to make your internal posture ready for what external movement would demand. That restlessness is the stretch of spiritual muscles you didn't even know you had. Every sigh, every pause, every late-night wrestle is part of the preparation. You thought, why can't I relax? Why can't I enjoy what others seem to? And I say to you now, because I've carved eternity into your bones. Because ordinary no longer fits you. Because compromise no longer comforts you. You're feeling the weight of something coming, and you're right. The hour is near. The appointment has already been scheduled. The anointing I've preserved for you is beginning to leak through the cracks of your current container. You cannot carry tomorrow's glory in yesterday's shape. So I'm reshaping you. I'm rewiring you. Not to punish, but to prepare. This urgency you feel is not confusion. It's confirmation. It's heaven's highlighter marking this chapter as pivotal. You are no longer who you were when the waiting began. The soil has shifted. The roots have deepened. The seeds of long-forgotten prayers have broken open underground, and what I planted in tears is about to erupt in glory. I know it feels uncomfortable. I know you've questioned your sanity. But hear me, you are not unraveling. You are awakening. You are not failing. You are forming. and the restlessness you feel. It's not something to fix. It's something to follow. It is the signal that destiny is not coming. It's arriving. And it's coming faster than your fears, stronger than your doubts, and louder than your excuses. So lean in. Don't suppress the holy tension. Don't medicate the movement with distraction. The pressure is not the enemy. It's the evidence. The weight is not what's wrong with you. It's what's right. Your destiny is declaring war on delay. And you, beloved, are finally in position to say yes without hesitation. I am speaking through the restlessness. I am leading you through the pressure. And what's next will be so clear, so holy, so undeniably divine that you will look back on this very season of discomfort and whisper, "It was you. It was always you. My child, you've carried this fear that your mind is betraying you, that your thoughts are spinning out of control. You've whispered to yourself, maybe I'm just overthinking everything. But I want to set the record straight. Not with guilt, not with correction, but with truth. You are not overthinking. You are underhearing. You have not failed me by being introspective. Your mind isn't your enemy. It's just been overworked because your spirit hath been undernourished. The noise has been loud, the distractions many. But here's the truth. My voice never stopped. It just got buried beneath the buzz of survival, the static of expectations, the pressure to produce, and the endless soundtrack of what others say you should be doing by now. You've confused silence for absence. You've mistaken internal chaos as failure to discern. But what's really happened is this. You've been flooded by voices, but you've been famished for mine. And now I'm changing that. I'm tuning the frequency of your spirit to hear me again with clarity. I'm not whispering anymore. I'm thundering inside you with a holy hush. It's not volume you need. It's vibration. It's alignment. You don't need a louder sermon. You need a cleaner channel. So I'm removing the buildup. I'm dismantling the interference. I'm clearing the emotional debris, so what once sounded distant will now feel undeniable. You are not crazy, child. You are being called. That's why you felt tension. That's why your mind has been racing. Not because you're weak, but because your discernment is waking up. Let me say this clearly. Beloved, overthinking is what happens when you hear every voice but mine. It's what happens when clarity is clouded by counterfeit counsel. And I am removing every voice that doesn't echo me. This next season of your life demands precision, not panic. Alignment, not assumption. I won't allow confusion to compete for your destiny. So I'm giving you ears to hear again. Not just sound, but significance. I will speak through moments, movements, and even your own mouth. You'll begin to say things you didn't plan, words full of wisdom and timing, and you will know, that wasn't me. That was him. You'll have conversations where truth flows like a current, and your soul will exhale with the joy of recognition. Yes, this is him. This is my God, and I remember his sound. So rest, not from effort, but into awareness. Stop calling yourself overwhelmed when the truth is you're underfed. And I have come to feed your spirit again. I have come to raise the volume, not with noise, but with nuance. I will show you how to hear me in the hallway, how to feel me in the flicker, how to find me in the fog. Because the fog isn't punishment. It's a setup for a spiritual side. And soon, what once felt like overthinking will become prophetic understanding. You're not spiraling. You're being synchronized. Stay still, child. I'm about to speak where only your spirit can listen. And this time, nothing will get lost in translation. My precious one, I've watched you wrestle with the weight of needing answers. You've tried to calculate what's next, to decipher divine direction through formulas of logic and fear. You keep saying, if I could just figure this out, I'd feel better. But child, this isn't about you solving anything. This is about you surrendering everything. I never asked you to figure it out. I asked you to open up. Because what I'm doing in your life isn't a puzzle to be solved. It's a promise to be revealed. And you can't unlock a revelation with reason. It requires release. This isn't the kind of breakthrough that comes from effort. It comes from encounter. And you are standing at the threshold of it now. I'm not holding back because you're not smart enough or spiritual enough. I'm holding space for the kind of openness that welcomes my presence without performance. I'm not looking for more striving. I'm looking for your surrender. That clenched soul of yours, the tight grip you've had on your plans and expectations. Beloved, I need you to release them now. Not because they're bad, but because they are in the way. You keep trying to prepare for the next move, but I've already been preparing the next miracle. I don't need your plan. I need your permission. Your job is not to manufacture momentum. Your job is to open the gate of trust so I can walk through with what I've been carrying for you since before you knew to ask. What I'm about to reveal won't make sense until you stop needing it to make sense. This isn't a formula, it's a flow. And I am the source of it. This isn't about intellect, it's about intimacy. I won't give you a checklist, I'll give you a compass. And that compass is my voice. I've already gone ahead of you. I've written details into your timeline that you would have never dared to dream. So when I say, open up, I'm not just asking for faith, I'm activating it. I'm not just requesting space. I'm rearranging your inner furniture so that when the blessing comes, it doesn't feel foreign. I'm clearing out the clutter of self-reliance, of performance-based identity, of pressure-wrapped pride. Because the fullness I'm pouring into your life can only land in a heart that's wide open. So do this now, child. Loosen your grip. Toughen your posture. Stop scanning the horizon for signs and start scanning your soul for surrender. I'm not hiding the next chapter. I'm holding it. Waiting for the posture of your heart to shift from figuring to receiving. I know what you need before you say it. I see what you're walking into before you map it. I'm the God who prepares tables before you even know you're hungry. And right now I'm doing more than preparing a moment. I'm preparing you. And when you open up without fear, you'll feel it. A flood, a fader, a fullness. And you will realize this was never about control. It was about capacity. And I've been enlarging yours all along. My beloved, you may have thought you stumbled across this message by chance, by curiosity, by accident. But I tell you now with divine clarity, this is not random. It is sovereign. It is not coincidence. It is carefully orchestrated providence. I am the one who orders your steps, aligns your timing, stirs your spirit, and positions your path. You didn't scroll here, click here, or pause here because of curiosity. You were summoned. Heaven didn't just suggest this moment. Heaven arranged it. I wrote this appointment into your story before your story had a name. Before your lungs knew breath. Before your heart knew heartbreak. I scheduled this moment between your confusion and my clarity. And now, here we are, on holy ground. Do you think I am the kind of God who leaves life to chance? No, child. I am meticulous in my mercy, strategic in my silence, intentional in every interruption. You stopped on this word because I stopped the swirl around you long enough for your spirit to hear me. Even now, your heart is testifying, without needing proof, that this is not just another message. It's a mirror. It's a map. It's me. I sent this word like a letter sealed in eternity and addressed it to you for such a time as this. Because what you are carrying, what you've been battling in secret, what you've been questioning in the dark, it matters too much for me to leave you unspoken to. This was not a casual scroll. It was a collision between your ache and my answer, between your pause and my purpose. This word didn't find you. I did. I bent time to bring you to this threshold. I rerouted delays, detoured plans, and removed distractions just to ensure this encounter wasn't missed. You have cried out for me to speak, and now I am. Not in vague riddles, not in distant tones. I'm speaking in the very cadence of your soul, because I know how to reach the parts of you that even you struggle to articulate. Every phrase you're reading is a frequency that was pre-tuned to your spirit's hunger, that flutter in your chest, and tear threatening to break, that sudden stillness in the air. All of it is me. All of it is evidence that heaven has just entered the room of your understanding and rearranged the furniture of your perspective. So, child, don't rush past this. Sit with it. Let this word soak. Let it undo what pressure has built and rebuild what pain has undone. This isn't just something you're reading. This is something I'm revealing. And if you'll stay in this posture, sensitive, surrendered, still, I will show you things you thought were lost. I will restore what you buried in disbelief. I will unearth prayers you forgot you prayed. Because this moment is not a stop along the way. It's a turning point. It's a threshold. And heaven is watching, waiting, witnessing your response, not for performance but for permission. What you do next will echo far beyond this moment. And I am here, ready to walk you into what I planned before you even knew you were looking. You felt my urgency in every word because this was not just a message, it was a divine moment, a holy introduction. And now, I'm inviting you to join me in carrying this same urgency to others. When you give, through a super thanks, through membership, or through the PayPal link in the description, you're not just supporting a video. You're sowing into a living altar, into the fire of my word that must reach the weary, the wandering, the waiting. I said in my word, how beautiful are the feet of those who bring good news. And now I say, how beautiful are the hands that help send it. This is oil in the lamp, manna for the mission, rivers for the thirsty. Your seed becomes someone else's moment of rescue. I will multiply what you give and mark it with favor. Don't delay. Act now and watch the floodgates open. My beloved, I see the way you've been striving. You've tried to hold everything together with trembling hands and a tired heart. You've whispered to yourself, if I just work harder, believe stronger, push further, maybe then I'll feel peace. But I never called you to perform for peace. I called you to abide in it. I never asked for your perfection. I asked for your permission. I'm not impressed by your performance, child. I'm moved by your surrender. I didn't choose you because you couldn't carry it all. I chose you because I knew you'd eventually lay it all down. You see, I don't need your strength. I need your softness. I need the cracked places, the trembling ones, the quiet corners of your heart where you've been too afraid to let me enter. That's where I want to meet you, not in your effort, but in your exhale. Trying harder has become your default setting. You've believed the lie that effort equals holiness, that burnout is a badge of honor, that weariness is proof of worthiness. But I'm writing that equation right now. Holiness doesn't begin with hustle. It begins with surrender. True transformation doesn't flow from pressure. It flows from presence. And I'm asking you now, not to push yourself further, but to fall back into me. into my arms, into the kind of love that carries when you can't climb, that cradles when you can't crawl, that covers you when your strength collapses completely. I'm not disappointed in your tiredness. I'm drawn to it, because it tells me that you've reached the end of yourself, and that's where I begin. I didn't ask Abraham to figure out the sacrifice. I asked him to lay it down. I didn't ask Moses to part the sea. I asked him to stretch his hand. I didn't ask Mary to orchestrate a miracle. I asked her to simply say yes. That's the invitation I'm extending to you now. A deeper yes. A yes without striving. A yes that feels like surrender. A yes that isn't always confident, but is always yielded. I'm not measuring how good you're doing. I'm measuring how open you're becoming. And child, if you could only see what I've been preparing in the background, you would stop trying so hard to control what was never yours to carry in the first place. Surrender isn't weakness, it's wisdom. And wisdom is where I work wonders. So let this be the day you stop climbing ladders I never told you to build. Let this be the hour where you step down from performance and sit at my feet again. You are not behind. You are not broken. You are not too far gone. You are exactly where surrender starts, and that is where the supernatural begins. You've done enough. You've tried enough. Now breathe. Release. Surrender. And let me be the strength you no longer have to manufacture. I'm not asking for more of it, I'm asking for more access. Give me what you've hidden. Lay down what you've held. And watch what I can do when you stop trying and start trusting. This is where everything changes. Not because you tried harder, but because you opened wider. My child, you have walked through seasons where silence wrapped around you like a blanket of isolation. You poured your heart into rooms that never echoed back. You sowed love into places that only gave you distance. And you wondered if anyone saw, if anyone cared. You looked up to the skies and whispered, "Does this even matter? Does anyone see me?" And I want you to know, yes, I did. I do. I always have. Every unnoticed act of kindness, every quiet sacrifice, every midnight tear you wiped away without anyone knowing, none of it escaped me. Not a single drop of pain had been wasted. I was there in the background while you fought to stay kind. I was holding you up in the hallway while others walked by. And while it seemed like no one was listening, I was taking notes in heaven. You were never invisible to me. You were invaluable to me. I know the moments where you said yes to me even while you bled internally. I know the strength it took to keep going when you wanted to quit. Others may have misjudged you, misunderstood you, or missed you entirely. But I saw every layer, every wound, every whisper. I watched you endure without applause, love without guarantee, trust me without clarity. And I responded, just not always in the way you expected. You see, I was moving beneath the surface, building foundations under your feet that could hold the weight of what's coming next. My movement didn't always look like open doors, it looked like strength and roots. And now, those unseen seeds of obedience are about to crack the soil. Let me be very clear, you have not been forgotten. You have been preserved. You were not overlooked. You were overshadowed by my hand, by my plan, by my protection. There were places you wanted to enter, people you longed to impress, platforms you hoped to reach, but I blocked them. Not because I didn't love you, but because I love you too much to let exposure come before quitting. And now, what you thought was rejection will be revealed as redirection. What felt like being buried was actually being planted. And the sprouting season is coming. It's nearer than you know. I have been moving all along, in the waiting, in the weeping, in the wondering. I was gathering evidence to turn your unseen obedience into undeniable favor. So lift your eyes. Lift your head. Don't let the silence of others become louder than my affirmation. You didn't miss your moment. You mastered the one I gave you. And I am about to make sure the seeds you sowed in secret will reap a harvest in public. I saw you. I heard you. And now, child, I'm about to show you what I was building in the shadows. Beloved, I know you felt it, like your heart has become an open wound, tender to everything, aware of things you used to ignore. What once slid off your back now sticks to your spirit. What once felt easy now feels heavy. And you've wondered, what's happening to me? The answer is sacred. I'm expanding you. This isn't emotional instability. This is spiritual enlargement. I'm stretching the walls of your inner life to match the weight of the glory I am preparing to release. I can't pour new oil into old wineskins, child. I can't place massive assignments into small frames. So I'm breaking the frame. I'm pulling on your spirit, your heart, your mind, not to torment, but to transform. On to break or to build it. You're not crumbling. You're being carved into something holy. This sensitivity you feel is not weakness. It's wisdom maturing in real time. I'm allowing your emotions to come alive so that discernment can develop. I'm removing your numbness so that your spirit can finally feel again. You've cried over things that never used to move you. You've recoiled at environments that used to entertain you. You've become aware of subtleties, spiritual atmospheres, hidden motives, unseen shifts, and you've mistaken it for fragility. But child, it's not fragility, it's frequency. I'm tuning you to hear what others miss. I'm opening your heart to carry what others cannot. This expansion is painful, yes, but it is also prophetic. Because I cannot pour purpose into a vessel unwilling to stretch. I cannot trust deep waters to a shallow heart. So I'm deepening you. And yes, your mind has felt the pressure, the stretch, the fatigue. You've asked, why do I feel so mentally worn even when I haven't done much? Because, child, I've been rewiring your thought patterns. I've been cleansing your mental lenses. I've been silencing internal noise that you didn't even know was there. This isn't just a mental battle. It's a spiritual recalibration. I've been enlarging your ability to carry peace even when storms rage around you. I've been teaching you to see beyond logic, to think beyond patterns, to reason in the rhythm of revelation. And what feels like exhaustion now will become clarity soon. Don't mistake this transition as torment. It is sacred training, and it is temporary. So here's what I need from you. Don't shrink. Don't suppress. Don't sabotage your stretch by trying to run back to old comfort zones. Let the expansion happen. Cry if you need to. Breathe through it. Worship through it. But do not resist it. Because what I'm about to place inside of you, vision, wisdom, strategy, power, requires space. And I'm making that space now. You are becoming a house of glory, not a tent of panic. A well of truth, not a puddle of fear. You are being enlarged, not just for yourself, but for the lives I will touch through you. To let the process finish its work. You are growing. And I am with you in every holy ache of the stretch. My beloved child, I see the confusion spinning in your mind, the whispered doubts that sift through your spirit at midnight, asking, am I losing my mind? No, you are not crazy. You're being called. What looks like disorientation is actually divine direction. What feels like disconnection is the first signal of true connection, the kind that rewrites your narrative, reconfigures your destiny, and reasserts the sovereignty of my voice over every fragment of your existence. You have been conditioned to believe that what feels disruptive must be wrong. But I say to you now, this dissonance is sacramental. It is the echo of heaven pulling you out of complacency and into kingdom collision. So name it correctly. You are not unwell, you're awakened. This stirring inside you is not the onset of instability. It is the ignition of insight. Let me paint it plainly. The fragments of confusion, frustration, and rawness in your heart are the evidence of my ignition, not disruption. I'm lighting a fire beneath the dormant embers of your purpose. Your discomfort is my call to go deeper, to rise higher, to recognize that what I've assigned to you cannot be carried by the limited version of yourself that you've known. This is not madness. It is the moment you are being transformed to think beyond the former patterns, to live beyond the former boundaries, to respond beyond the trained responses of survival. You are being called, not into noise, but into nuance, not into chaos, but into a clarity that only my voice can bring. In the days you doubted your understanding, I was widening your bandwidth. In the nights you questioned your sanity, I was strengthening your sensitivity. What the enemy tried to label as a breakdown, I've been using as a breakthrough. This is not disconnection. It is my recalibration. I'm not making you stranger to yourself. I'm preparing you for more of me. The calling I placed in your DNA is too vast to be contained by the cage of conventional comfort. So I'm breaking those bars, fracturing the ceiling, and expanding your inner world to become a vessel not of confusion, but of my clarity. Your mind has not gone rogue. It has been liberated to consider things above. Your heart hasn't abandoned you. It has awakened to the realm of what's to come. So today, breathe. Not to calm yourself, but to tune yourself. This is my voice, not your panic. The prayerful restlessness underneath your exhaustion is me calling you into alignment, not asking you for answers. Let go of trying to explain it all away. Let go of the shame of not being normal. Because what's normal to the world will not carry you into your anointing. This madness you feel, it's the margin of your next mission. This ascending cacophony in your spirit, it's the symphony of my call pressing against your limits. I'm purposing you, shaping you, warping time, rewriting destiny, through this very disorientation that feels so destabilizing. You are not going insane. You're being sanctified. And I am here, every trembling step of your way. My precious one, I know how it feels as though your world has unraveled. Plans collapsed. Loved ones drifted. Everything that once felt solid now seems like dust slipping through your fingers. And you've asked me, why do I feel like I'm coming apart? Beloved, you are not undoing. You are being rewired. What once seemed permanent was never intended to hold what I am ready to place in you. There was a mismatch between your container and my calling. So I have dismantled the structure, not to destroy you, but to rebuild you in the architectural glory of my design. This is not loss. It is liberation from limitations. I am meticulously removing the faulty wiring of fear, helplessness, performance, and insecurity that has concealed the circuitry of divine destiny within you. Your unmaking is not a signal of collapse, but a sacred collapse of the self to make space for a new kind of self, an empowered, resilient, revelation-rooted you. You are not being dismantled, you are being reassembled. I am not crafting you anew because you failed. I am crafting you advanced through suffering, refined through the shadow, and released through surrender. That thing you thought was your identity, that you were supposed to carry, maintain, preserve, it was never the core. I am pulling it away to give you what you really need, my imprint, not impression. My presence, not performance. Look back, beloved, at the moments you think fell apart, the broken friendships, the unforeseen delays, the disappointments that hurt so deeply. I call them my scalpel, not my sabotage. Those moments were not against you. They were for you. They were designed to recalibrate your heart, to crack open the walls you built around me, to expose the idol of self-reliance that held you hostage. I am not leaving you with half a life. I am reconstructing your foundations so that when I pour my destiny into you, it does not shatter weak walls. The rewiring is not arbitrary. It's divine engineering. It's not destruction. It's design. It's not disappearance. It's reemergence. You are not less. You are in progress. You are being upgraded. And when this rewiring finishes, when the electrical systems of your spirit are cleared of the short circuits of doubt and the power lines of your dreams are rerouted by faith, you will walk in power that feels unmistakably my own. You won't just survive what broke you, you will shine from the seams where the light of my glory floods through. Not because of your effort, but by my reconfiguration of your life. This was never a season to end your story. It was a season to birth the next chapter. This is not derailment. This is divine redirection. And when you stand on the other side, you'll know with sacred certainty that every undoing was the retracing of my tape, rewinding you into the fullness I prepared before you were born. Child, I know the frustration you felt, the uncertainty, the sleepless nights where your thoughts run like wild rivers down cliffs of confusion. You prayed for clarity, begged for signs, pleaded for just a glimpse of what's next. And yet, the fog persists. The path ahead seems veiled. What once made sense now feels like scattered puzzle pieces, and you're left holding a map with no markers. But here's what I want you to know. The fog is not a failure. It's formation. You're not lost. You're being led. And the reason it feels so unclear is because I'm training your trust to be stronger than your sight. You see, if I gave you every detail, every timeline, every answer up front, your faith would have no muscle. You would lean on logic instead of me. But I'm not raising you to be dependent on direction. I'm raising you to be anchored in presence. I don't want you to just follow a plan. I want you to follow me. This fog, it's a sacred filter. I allow it not to disorient you, but to disarm the part of you that still thinks control equals peace. I'm stripping you of the illusion that knowing what's next will make you safe. It won't. Only I can do that. So I let the fog settle, not as a punishment, but as a proving ground. Because it's in this space, where the path is unclear, that your ears become sharp, your steps become dependent, and your heart becomes soft enough to hear my whispers. Do you remember how I led my people in the wilderness? I gave them a cloud by day, fire by night, not a map, but movement. They never knew the full picture. They only knew my presence. And I am doing the same with you. You've mistaken the lack of detail for lack of care. But child, it's the opposite. I care too much to let you rush ahead without me. I am hiding what's next on purpose, so you don't run ahead with premature assumptions. So you don't build something impressive but unstable. I'm hiding it not to withhold, but to prepare. Because when I reveal it, it will be heavy with glory. And only a trained heart will know how to carry it without it becoming an idol. So here's my word to you. Trust me in the fog. When your eyes fail you, let your spirit lead. When your logic wants control, let surrender win. Because what's waiting on the other side of this mist is not just another season. It's a sacred shift, a divine unveiling. And it cannot be rushed. It must be revealed. And I will do it in the exact moment your trust has become greater than your need to see. Until then, let me be enough. Let my voice be your compass. Let my peace be your GPS. Because even when the road disappears, I never do. I am the God of the fog, and I am walking with you through every step of what you cannot yet see. My precious one, you've looked at your journey and asked, why does this feel so unfamiliar? You've watched others seem to move with ease, with clarity, with traditional steps and expected outcomes. And yet for you, it's been winding, strange, non-linear. You've felt like an outlier, like the blueprint for your life got lost somewhere along the way. But hear me now, you are not lost. You are being led on a path that has no precedent. Because what I'm writing through your life has never been written before. You're not a copy. You're a revelation. I am not repeating history through you. I am birthing something history has never seen. This is why the process hasn't made sense. This is why comparison hath been a trap. Because your assignment has no earthly prototype. Your DNA carries a blueprint from heaven, and the construction of your life requires tools that others won't understand. That's why you felt misunderstood. That's why your journey has resisted formulas. Because I'm not just building a future through you. I'm revealing a facet of my glory that no one else can carry. You were not created to echo someone else's calling. You were created to embody something entirely new. And new things often look like confusion before they are recognized as breakthrough. This is why I've kept you hidden. Why doors closed. Why rooms that accepted others rejected you. It wasn't rejection. It was redirection. I didn't want you to fit into a mold. I wanted you to be the mold breaker. I didn't allow certain paths because they would have diluted your design. You've been fighting to make sense of what was never supposed to be explainable. You are not being punished. You are being positioned for something unprecedented. I've taken you on this strange journey, not to isolate you, but to insulate what I'm building inside you. The world wasn't ready for your kind of anointing, so I've been preparing both you and the atmosphere to meet at the intersection of divine timing. To let go of needing to make it make sense. Let go of wishing your story looked more like theirs. You were never meant to be them. You were always meant to be you. The first, the original, the anomaly, the kingdom destruction. Your story is sacred because it's sovereignly strange. And the moment you embrace that is the moment you step into full authority. I'm writing something through you that will become the blueprint for others. But someone had to go first. Someone had to carry the weight of the unfamiliar. And I chose you, not because you were ready, but because you were willing. And now, I'm about to reveal the reason for every seemingly random chapter. You were never out of order. You were simply out ahead. My child, I know the tremors. I know the shaking that has moved through your life like a storm you didn't ask for. Plans collapsed. Relationships shifted. Opportunities dissolved before you could even step into them. And beneath it all, this terrifying question has echoed through your soul. Is everything falling apart? But listen to me now. I am the one doing the shaking. Not to harm you. Not to humiliate you. But to heal you from everything that was never supposed to stay. You are not unraveling. You are being unchained. What feels like collapse is actually divine construction. I'm not tearing your life down. I'm removing what was unstable so I can build what cannot be shaken. You see, I am a jealous God. I will not compete for space with idols that claim your trust. I will not allow foundations built on fear, pride, or performance to remain when I'm preparing you to carry my glory. So I shake. I shake until the false peace leaves, until the counterfeit affirmations fall silent, until the applause that distracted you fades and all that's left is me. unmoving, unshaken, unbreakable. The earthquake you felt in your emotions, your circumstances, your identity, that's not judgment. It's justice. I'm answering prayers you forgot you prayed. You asked me for real freedom, real clarity, real purpose. And that required real shaking. Because I cannot let you build a palace of calling on a cracked foundation of compromise. What I am doing is painful, yes, but it is precise. Every piece being removed has been weighed in eternity and deemed unnecessary for where I'm taking you. The friendships that suddenly shifted, I allowed it. The job that unexpectedly closed its doors, I permitted it. The detours, the denials, the dry seasons, all orchestrated not by cruelty, but by covenant. I'm committed to you. I love you too deeply to let you remain tied to what only offers false security. So I shake. And when the dust clears, you'll see what survived and what you clung to. It was what I planted. The only things remaining will be the things built by my breath. So stand still. Do not panic. Do not rush to rebuild what I've intentionally removed. Let the shaking do its full work. Let it finish. Because once it's done, what you will have is unshakable. Unshakable peace. Unshakable identity. Unshakable calling. And above all, unshakable intimacy with me. You're not falling apart. You're falling into divine alignment. The shaking is your birth, canal into a glory you weren't strong enough to carry until now. And when I'm finished, you'll stand taller, clearer, freer. And you'll realize this wasn't a collapse. It was a consecration. Beloved, I know the silence has been loud. I know what it's like to cry into the dark and hear nothing echo back. To stare at the same ceiling every night, asking, God, are you even there? To press in with prayer, with tears, with faith, and still, nothing changes. The phone doesn't ring. The breakthrough doesn't come. The pain doesn't ease. And you've been tempted to believe that my silence meant my absence. But hear me now. I was never absent. I've been working behind the veil the entire time. My fingerprints are all over your story, even when your eyes couldn't trace them. You see, I don't just show up in the miraculous moments. I work in the mundane. I work in the waiting. I work in the slow, silent, sacred stretches where it looks like nothing's moving. While you've been standing still, I've been aligning kingdoms. While you've been crying in confusion, I've been tearing down systems that were set up to destroy you. I've been rerouting outcomes, clearing paths, preparing hearts, and setting up divine appointments that will meet you at the exact second they're supposed to. I don't operate on panic. I operate in precision. And even when I'm silent, I'm still speaking through the story I'm writing around you. You thought I forgot the promise, but I've been fulfilling it in layers you can't yet see. You assumed the dream had died, but I've been resurrecting it from beneath the surface. Every no I allowed was protection. Every delay was development. Every quiet season was construction. When you thought I was doing nothing, I was doing everything. You just didn't see it yet. But soon, very soon, what I've been building in the invisible will break through into the visible. And you'll realize that what you thought was delay was divine disguise. I've been moving mountains while you've been managing Mondays. I've been shifting timelines while you've been surviving Tuesdays. And now, the curtain is about to lift. So, child, release the bitterness. Release the doubt. I'm not a liar. I'm not late. I'm not distant. I'm deliberate. And the same God who whispered to you in the beginning is the one who's been orchestrating the end. I've never stopped working. Never stopped weaving. Never stopped watching over every step. And when this next door opens, you'll say through your tears, "Oh, now I see it. Now I see what you were doing all along." And I'll whisper back, "Yes, my love. I was there the whole time. My beloved, I know how it feels like nothing is moving. Like you're trapped in the waiting room of your own life, staring at doors that refuse to open, roads that won't move, and dreams that remain distant. You whisper, 'Am I stuck?' As if stuckness were your fault, your flaw, your finish line. But hear me now, not as your accusation, but as your advocate. You are not stuck. You are stationed. I have placed you in a sacred pause, not as punishment, but as preparation. You are not stagnant. You are stationed for breakthrough, for release, for revelation. I have positioned you at this very point in time, not to hold you back, but to hold you until the force of my arrival can meet you without being lost in your own momentum. You've mistaken a still season for a stop sign. You believed that if things weren't moving like you expected, something was wrong. But this pause, this divine station, is where destiny gains traction. It's easier to drift than to stay in place. Harder even, to be stationed when all you see is standstill. But my wisdom flows in the unshakable stitching of your soul, not in the shaky steps of your agenda. You are stationed, and stationed perfectly, at the threshold of my unfolding. This station isn't a sentence, it's a strategy. I parked you not in despair, but in preparation. Every moment that feels heavy, every scar that still aches, every prayer that seems unanswered, they have been the weight bearing down roots of strength, anchoring your faith deeper than before. I've stationed you in a crucible so that the fire of my glory can refine you, not destroy you. You are not locked out of blessing. You're being lined up. And when breakthrough comes, it will not just release you, it will position you for a revelation that surpasses relief and ushers you into your destiny. So breathe, beloved, not to calm anxiety, but to catch the significance of stillness. You're not stuck. You're stationed. Let that distinction sink. Let your soul inhale it like the first pure breath after survival, when the shackles of striving fall and the silence of my presence becomes louder than your panic. The breakthrough you sense is not late. It is meeting the readiness of your spirit. The release is not delayed. It is aligning with the architecture of your emergence. You are stationed, not for stagnation, but for sacred arrival. This moment is holy. Don't treat it casually. You've just heard me say you are not stuck, you are stationed. And now I'm calling you to station your support where my glory dwells. The message you received today wasn't random. It was on time and on target. And there are thousands more, silent, searching, sinking, who need to hear it too. When you give, through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link, you are sending rescue into the digital wilderness. You're sowing seeds that will unlock testimonies you will never see, but I will. As it is written, he who refreshes others will himself be refreshed. I'm refreshing you even now, and I will bless your giving beyond measure. Now go. Give. Multiply this moment. My precious one, if you could only know how intentionally I placed every step that brought you to this very point. You look back at the seasons of sorrow, the crossroads where you paused, the paths that twisted beyond your comprehension, and you wonder, how did I get here? You didn't make it by accident. You made it by divine design. Before you ever thought of this moment, I ordained it. Before a breath ever formed in your lungs, I breathed this into your becoming. Every breath, pause, and heartbeat has been hand-drafted, not by the random forces of chance, but by the meticulous mind of your Heavenly Father. Don't be deceived by chaos. Don't be overwhelmed by how crooked the path seemed. Each turning was calibrated. Each detour was covered in the map of my purpose. Even when you felt lost, you were located for my glory. You've reached this moment not by surviving your struggle, but by being sifted through it, shaped by it, and strengthened in it. Accidents don't create destinies. Design does. You aren't a byproduct of brokenness. You're the blueprint of my breakthrough. Each wrinkle of season, each tear of night, each stumble of day, they were gradients of my refining, ramps of my recalibrating, roots anchoring you deeper. What looks random is revelation. What looks unexpected is my strategy. The pain you endured, the quiet you survived, the unfairness you endured all served as mortar in the wall I'm building in you. You didn't arrive because of your strength, your stamina, your plan. You arrived because of my sovereignty, because I orchestrated you with intention, because every detail of your history served heaven's narrative. You were never an afterthought, never a missire, never a failure. You were timeline's masterpiece, created with deliberate strokes of grace and glory. So rest in this truth. You made it here. And this place of God-ordained purpose and sacred positioning is not a fluke. It is my design. And now, child, you are standing on the precipice of your next chapter, printed with purpose, sealed with my fingerprint. Step forward, not with fear, but with the boldness of knowing that it was never by chance. You are by covenant, by intention, by divine design. My child, I have listened to every moment you chose not to speak, not because you had nothing to say, but because your spirit needed space to be heard. Your silence has not been empty, it has been pregnant with potential. I don't measure your worth by your volume. I measure it by your vulnerability. When you held back words because you feared they would fall flat, I still heard them in the stillness. When your heart wanted to rise in worship but found only tears, this was not lack, it was language. Your silence, beloved, has power. It hath depth. It is not a void to be filled, but a vessel to be filled. You've been taught that being quiet means being quieted. Beloved, that's a lie. Your silence has carried my whispers into your soul when noise couldn't reach. In those quiet nights, I spoke to parts of you that had become numb with chatter. I used your stillness to etch revelation into the soft places of your heart. You thought silence was your weakness, but my strength entered there. You thought not speaking meant not standing, but your presence stood. Even when words escaped you, your spirit remembered the psalm I planted within you before you could sing. So today, breathe into that silence. Don't be ashamed of your quiet. Let the hush become holy, because inside of it is where I've been writing your next redemption. You are not hearing impaired. You are spirit attuned. And your silence is not a void but a vestibule into heaven. Let it be your throne room, not your hiding place. Let your quiet be communion, not complacency. The world chases noise, but I chase your heart. And when you press into silence, you're not missing me, you're meeting me. Embrace the unspoken. Your silence is powerful, and I hear every sacred syllable. My beloved, I know how it feels to carry defeat like a coat, layered, draining, defining. You look in the mirror, and sometimes no longer recognize the warrior I formed within you. You've whispered to yourself, if only victory made an appearance, but child, victory is already in you. It is your heritage, not your hope. I didn't create you to secure victory outside of you. I placed it inside you. You were born triumphant, even before your breakthrough. And now, my voice is here not to crown you, but to awaken what I've already crowned inside. You've tried to fight the battles in front of you with borrowed strength. You've watched opportunities pass by as you doubted whether you had what it takes. But my truth is this: the hero of your story is not what happens to you, but what lives in you. You are more than the wounds you've carried. You are more than the labels you've absorbed. You are my handiwork, and every triumph I ever unleashed is etched into that creation. I'm not preparing victory for you. I'm prompting it to rise from within. I'm not training you in triumph. I'm trusting you to release what I placed inside before time even began. The battles you seemed to lose were me rehearsing your resilience. The losses you endured were laboratories forming your legacy. You don't need to become victorious. You need to realize you are victorious. It's not about winning once and wrapping up. It's about remembering that my triumph is in your blood, sealed, secure, unstoppable. Today, spring open the lock of your identity and let my victory breathe through you. The world may not understand, but I have never stopped preparing your release. Let that settle to you. You are not recovering. You are remembering. You're not reaching for triumph. You're reliving what I planted. And when you walk into your next moment, you won't be chasing success. You'll be carrying it. Because the victory was never on the outside. It was inside you, waiting for you to remember. My beloved, you have felt the heat. You've sensed the flame licking at your edges, and you've whispered, "Am I being consumed?" You've wondered if this fire is judgment, or worse, indifference. But darling child, I am not pulling you into fire to burn you. I'm pushing you into refining. I'm allowing the flames to test you, not to destroy you, but to distill you. So you emerge not scorched, but sanctified. Not weaker in the ashes, but woven into the gold of my glory. This season may be the hottest you've ever known, but that's because I'm working to remove every ounce of what doesn't belong, to leave within you only what I breathed into you from the beginning. What you're experiencing is not punishment, it's purification. The furnace was never intended to extinguish your flame. It was designed to ignite it, so that what remains is not smoke, but substance. The pressures you resisted, the pain you feared, the loneliness that felt endless, those were my tools. I was using heat, not to harm but to heal. I was building character, confidence, capacity. You thought the fire meant you weren't loved. But child, that's where love lives. I'm not removing your defenses. I'm raising your devotion. I'm not collapsing your identity. I'm calling out who you were always meant to be. This refining fire is not the enemy. It's my fingerprint on your future. Let's be clear, nothing that happens in the furnace is wasted. Every trial, every tear, every tremor, it all serves the refining purpose. I'm not punishing you for failing. I am forming you for destiny. You're being processed, not eliminated. Strength is being extracted, not broken. Your faith is being proofed, not pulverized. The heat is heavy, yes, but so is the potential that will rise in you when it's done. And I will remain beside you, not watching from afar, but in the flames, holding space for your breakthrough to blaze. So breathe, beloved, not to outrun the fire, but to yield to me within it. This refining is not defeat, it's repositioning. It's not loss, it's legacy. And when its work is finished, you will not just survive. You will shine. You will stand. You will be permanent, not because of the fire, but because of how I have fashioned you in it. My cherished one, you've been told your life's purpose depends on your hustle, your strategy, your perfect moment. And no doubt, you've carried exhaustion in your bones from trying to force your path forward. But hear me now, you are not pushing destiny. Destiny is pushing you. It is not your shove that moves breakthrough. It is my wind that pushes you forward. You are not dragging fate behind you. You are being propelled by the breaths of heaven behind you. You have felt the pressure, the weight in your spirit, the quickening in your bones, the tug in your chest, like something inside you is burning to break free. That is not anxiety, it's destiny pressing. That is not a rest, it's uprising. Your assignment isn't waiting on your preparation. It's already prepared you. You didn't have to make the door open. The door was built to swing wide when your moment came. And now, your moment has. This is not about performance. It's about release. You can stop calculating your way to alignment. Because destiny isn't negotiable. It's not something you obtain. It's something that overtakes you. There's a current under your life that cannot be diverted by fear or indecision. It's carrying you. It's lifting you. It's aligning everything, even things you don't yet see. So rest. Not in apathy, but in awe. Don't strain forward. Lean in. Let the grace behind you hold you. Stop pushing. Start receiving. Because what's ahead isn't something you have to chase. It's something you are being called into. And that call hath been resonating through your spirit long before your logic caught up. Destiny doesn't wait. And neither do I. You are being pushed by purpose, by promise, by the power of my presence. And you, beloved, are about to step into what you were born to, and beyond what you thought possible. My beloved child, I see each wound you've tried to bury beneath your brave smiles. I know the places you tell no one about, where shame lingers, where failure echoes, where rejection still cuts deeper than steel. I'm not dismissing the pain. I'm repurposing it. Because your wounds don't define you. They're not scars of shame, but wells of strength. I've allowed those hurts to carve caverns within your soul, not for your destruction, but for your destiny. It's there, in the most broken parts, that your beauty becomes divine. The rivers of empathy, mercy, and compassion flow from those open places. You've believed the lie that weakness disqualifies you. But I tell you now, there is no stronger you than a you who is honest about being hurt. You don't need to mask it, hide it, fix it on your own. Because I am making your vulnerability a vessel. Not a vulnerability to be ashamed of, but a gateway of my grace. The depths of your wounds give way to the depths of my love, a love that picks up the pieces and turns them into purpose. That soft place within you is not a fault line. It's a foundation. One where I plant something so strong, so holy. You'll rise from those wells not with bitterness but with brilliance. Let me say this plainly, you are not too broken to be God's masterpiece. Your wound is where my mercy meets your story. Your weakness is not disqualification. It's my invitation to carry you. And the wells of pain, they become the holy springs where your power pours into others. When your soul has been worn, I pour my presence into it. When your heart has healed, let it heal others. That wound you tried to hide, I'm going to use it to heal a nation. That cry you silence, I'm going to amplify it into worship. Don't recoil. Rejoice. Because your hurt wasn't hateful, it was harvestable. And your wound will not stay wound up. It will open up. And from it, my grace will gush. Child, I know your internal battles, the ones no one sees. The anxiety that creeps in at 3 a.m., the doubt that whispers when no one applauds, the fear that flares when your spirit is worn. You thought no one knew. You thought no one cared. You thought you were losing. But I am about to reveal otherwise. Your silent war, waged in the hidden corridors of your mind, is not unnoticed by me. In fact, It has prepared the ground for a breakout so breathtaking you'll realize what you thought was between you and defeat was actually between you and destiny. The war was not waste, it was the womb of your breakthrough, and now my victory is coming with thunderous applause. You stayed up, fought on, cried out in quiet trembling. Oh, and you wondered if your resistance mattered. But I have watched it all, collected every tear, stored every prayer, and now I'll answer you with more than healing. I'll honor you. That public victory I promised will not be accidental. I will not simply heal the wound. I will display the healing so that others see me victorious in your life. The world does not know how to celebrate silent battles, but heaven does. And I will break the ceremony of heaven over your life, complete with banner, trumpet, and thunder. What's been private is about to become public, not so you can boast, but so I can be glorified. So brace yourself, beloved, because the unseen has currency in my kingdom. Your struggle has not gone astray. It has been gathering weight, and my victory will be so bright, so bold, so undeniable, you'll know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the battle was not for your destruction, but for your demonstration. Crowds may not understand everything, but your spirit will recognize my victory echoing in your bones. And the war you fought in secret, in shame, in isolation, that is about to have an anthem. And the anthem will praise me with your life. My beloved, I know how it feels when you glance at your past and see the weight of every wound, every regret, every heartbreak, and you wonder if that is all there is for you. You may feel as though you've been chained to your story, condemned to repeat the same chapters over and over, and you gasp, will I ever begin something new? But I tell you now, you're not stuck. You're stationed at the threshold of a new chapter, and I, your sovereign, your comforter, your creator, I am the author of the turn. I didn't just write your backstory. I'm writing your breakthrough. Every seeming dead end, every missed opportunity, every season of silence was not a sign of abandonment. It was the backdrop to my next act of grace. You've read your past in such detail, but haven't yet received the redemptive sequel I've been whispering into you all along. You've assumed your narrative ended with what happened to you, but I'm here to remind you that what happened for you was the prelude to my promise. I'm not letting your story hold you captive. I'm releasing you into the sovereignty of my purpose. The next sentence is not written yet, and I'm not just giving you the pen. I'm guiding your hand. I see your longing for change. I hear your hidden prayers that tremble beneath your daily routines. I sense your soul's readiness for transformation, even when your circumstances refuse to shift. The dissonance, the tension between your present pain and your stirring hope, that's the divine tremor before the breakthrough. It's not failure. It's fertile soil, unmoved by what has been, open to what I am writing that has never been seen before. You are not anchored in your past. You are aligned with your future. I am not moving you from the beginning of your pain. I am moving you toward the fulfillment of your purpose. Keep breathing, beloved, because every turn I make with you is intentional, and every chapter I start is holy. Stay at the threshold. Your finish line is drawing near, and I am the author, the finisher, the one weaving glory from where you thought life ended. Beloved child, when you reflect on the labyrinth of your life, the side alleys of disappointment, the unexpected relief in heartbreak, the quiet courage you mustered in storms, you may wonder how you arrived at this sacred moment. You may think it was happenstance, or resilience, or even chance. But no, you made it here not by accident, but by divine design. This moment, yes, this very moment when you are reading, when your heart is stirring art in witness of my voice, is not by timing. It is a sacred appointment, ordained from before the world began. Every tear, every question, every burden on your back has been gathering you into my glory. I've written you into a story far greater than you realized. Your struggles were not straight chapters. They were essential lines in a narrative I began orchestrating before your breath. I kept you alive, kept you hopeful, kept you on course, not for just survival, but for significance. You carry within you something that no one else can carry, the combination of your heartbreak, your healing, your humility giving birth to your assignment. That is not random, it is unique. That is not incidental, it is intentional. That is not ordinary, it is holy. The details others dismissed, the timelines you questioned, the delays you resented, they were all junctions preparing you for this convergence. You made it here because my design was bigger than your doubt. This is your divine denominator, the sum of all you've weathered aligning with the sum of what I've destined in you. This moment is the intersection where your listening becomes launching, your weeping becomes worship, your pain becomes purpose. Recognize it, believe it, breathe into it. This is not coincidence, this is covenant. Not happenstance, this is heaven's choreography. And I wrote it long before you asked for it. So lift your eyes and lean into it. Because what's next will not make sense to your logic. It will speak straight to your spirit. And at that point, you'll stand and say, "Now I see what he was weaving all along. Not by accident, but by divine design. My precious one, you've held on through fire, through silence, through storms that sought to steal your voice and shake your faith. You've endured when it felt easier to exit. You've waited when it felt wiser to walk away. And still you wonder, is this the end of the word? As the page turned for good. But listen to me now, not as a distant author, but as your living God. I am not finished. I am not even close to done. What I'm about to do next will not just surprise you, it will astonish you. The chapter you thought was your conclusion is actually the gateway into your crowning. There is a realm of release just ahead that I have withheld not out of cruelty, but out of carefulness. What I prepared would have crushed you before. But now, after the fire, after the pruning, after the surrender, you are ready. You are not just ready to receive it. You are ready to reveal it. What I'm about to bring forth in your life is not a run of anyone else's testimony. It is a divine original. I will make your life a prophecy fulfilled. You will live in rooms you never dared dream of. You will walk in peace that doesn't match your surroundings. And you will see fruit in fields you once called barren. But here's what I need from you now. Stay close. Stay near. Stay yielded. Because this next movement will require intimacy, not industry. It will be birthed through obedience, not opportunity. You don't need to chase what's already chasing you. You don't need to force what's already forming. I am the one who is bringing it, at a pace and scale that only I could design. And when it comes, it will carry the signature of heaven so clearly, no one, not even you, will be able to say it came by human strength. It will be my doing, and it will be marvelous in your eyes. So hold on, my child. Not with clenched fists, but with open hands. Not in fear, but in full anticipation. Because I am not just going to do what you prayed for, I'm going to do what you never dared pray for. You've seen my grace in the waiting. Now you will see my glory in the revealing. What I'm about to do next will redefine what you thought was possible. This is not the end of the sentence. It's the explosion of the scroll. You are not closing a book. You are stepping into a blueprint. And I, your God, am not finished. I'm just getting started. You've made it to the end, but this isn't over. I said, I'm not finished. And now I say, You're part of what I do next. If this message marked your spirit, then help me multiply it. When you give, through super thanks, through membership, or through the PayPal link, you are releasing my word into hearts I am already pursuing. You're fueling the fire, extending the reach, and becoming the answer to someone else's desperate cry. God, speak to me right now. This is your divine appointment to sow, not out of pressure, but from passion. As I promised in my word, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Obey quickly. Pour out, and I will pour back more than you imagine. Beloved, if your spirit has felt this word stirring, if you know deep within that I needed to talk to you, and it had to be right now, then don't let this moment pass in silence. Declare it boldly. God, I hear you. I'm listening. I'm ready. Write it in the comments, not for me. I already know your heart, but as a faith mark in the soil of this moment, a public yes to the private pull I placed in you. Your response becomes the first step of alignment, the echo of surrender, the spark of something supernatural. Speak it, release it, stamp it, and watch me move in ways your logic cannot contain. Because now that I've spoken, everything begins to shift. And now, stop. Just for this moment, I need you to stop everything. Cease your striving. Let your hands fall from the keyboard, put down your phone, and silence the endless list of tasks shouting for your attention inside your head. I know the pace you have been keeping. I see the frantic energy you pour into your world, the constant running from one thing to the next, hoping that if you just move fast enough, the anxiety will catch up to you. But it does, doesn't it? It's there when you wake up, a knot in your stomach before your feet even touch the floor. It's there in the middle of the night, whispering about everything that could go wrong tomorrow, next week, next year. You cannot hear me in that noise. My voice is not in the hurricane of your obligations or the earthquake of your fears. I have been speaking, but my words are drowned out by the chaos you have allowed to become the soundtrack of your life. How can we have a real conversation when 100 other voices are screaming for your attention? How can I give you peace when you are clinging so tightly to your worries? So, I am asking you now, with all the love I have for you, be still. Breathe. Feel the tension in your shoulders and, just for now, let it go. This moment, right here, is a holy sanctuary. I have set it apart for only us. Nothing else is invited here. Not the pressures from your job, not the unspoken tensions in your family, not the fear of the future, or the regrets of the past. This is a quiet room I have built in the middle of your life, a sacred pause. Your soul has been crying out for this silence. I have heard it. I have heard those desperate, unspoken prayers you offer when you feel you are about to break. You have been longing for a moment of true quiet, a chance to simply be, without the crushing weight of expectation. I am answering that prayer right now. Let go of the thoughts of yesterday. Release that conversation you keep replaying, that mistake you feel you can never undo. It is gone. I have already covered it with my grace. And let go of the worries of tomorrow. That presentation, that difficult phone call, that uncertainty you are facing, they are not here with us now. Give them to me. You were never meant to carry the weight of your entire life in a single moment. All I require from you is this one. Be present with me, your Creator, right here, right now. Feel my presence wrapping around you like the warmth of the morning sun on your face. There is nothing to achieve, nothing to prove. Just be here with me. This is where the healing begins. This is where you find the strength you have been looking for. This is where you remember who I am, and who you are in me. This stillness is not empty. It is full of my love, full of my peace, full of me. And I am all you have ever truly needed. Now that we have this quiet, let's talk about the rooms inside of you that you keep locked. You know the ones I mean. The ones where you store the secrets you believe you must guard at all costs. You think I do not see what happens behind those doors. But my love is not a polite guest that waits for an invitation. My light penetrates every shadow, every corner, every hidden place. I see the secret habit you return to when you feel lonely or stressed, the one that brings a wave of shame the moment it's over. I see the jealousy that twists inside you when you see someone else receive the blessing you prayed for. You smile and congratulate them, but in the dark, you ask, why not me? I hear the harsh, angry words you spoke in private when you thought no one was listening. I feel the bitterness you harbor against the one who hurt you so deeply, a cold stone you carry in your heart even as you pretend to have moved on. These secrets have become chains. Can you not feel their weight? They are heavy, my child. It takes so much of your energy to keep them hidden, to manage the facade, to present a version of yourself to the world that is not whole or true. You fear that if anyone saw what was in those rooms, if I saw, they would turn away in disgust. This is the greatest lie the enemy has ever told you. He wants you to believe that your shame is a permanent stain, that your darkness defines you. He wants you to live in fear of exposure. But I am not here to expose you. I am here to liberate you. I am not asking you to bring these things to me for condemnation. I'm asking you to bring them into my light so I could destroy them forever. The shame you feel is not from me. It is a lie, a counterfeit emotion designed to keep you isolated and trapped. My truth does not bring shame, it brings freedom. Your hidden pain has become a barrier between us. It is a wall you have built, brick by painful brick, to protect yourself. But it is not protecting you, it is imprisoning you. It keeps you from experiencing the full depth of my love and the intimacy I desire with you. Let me break it down. Give me your permission to take a hammer to that wall. True intimacy, the kind your soul craves, begins with absolute honesty. It begins when you stop pretending. So, let us walk into the dark room together. Take my hand. You are not going alone. Show me what you have hidden. Unfurl your clenched fists and reveal the secret you've been holding so tightly. Let the tears come. Speak its name out loud in this sacred quiet. Watch as my light floods the space, not to burn you but to cleanse you. The thing you feared would make me reject you is the very thing that will unlock a new level of our relationship when you surrender it to me. You not be afraid. Your honesty is an act of worship, and your vulnerability is the doorway to your healing. Let us clean out these rooms so your heart can finally be a home for my peace, with no doors locked to its creator. Listen to me. Lean in closely, because there are so many other voices shouting at you, and I need mine to be the one you hear. For too long, you have let the world tell you who you are, and you have believed it. When your business failed or you lost that job, you let the voice of failure become your identity. When that relationship ended, you allowed the label of unwanted or unlovable to stick to your soul. You look in the mirror and you see the sum of your mistakes, the total of your weaknesses. You hear the echoes of a parent's criticism, a teacher's doubt, a friend's betrayal, and you have woven them into the fabric of your being. You have been walking through life wearing a name tag that says not good enough, disappointment, or broken. Today, right now, we are tearing those labels off. They are lies. They are not your name. I must redefine you, not with a new opinion, but with an eternal truth. You are not your failures. You are not your successes. You are not the approval of others. You are not the labels this world has so carelessly and cruelly placed upon you. Before any of those things had a chance to mark you, I marked you first. You are my handiwork. Do you understand what that means? You were handcrafted, meticulously designed in the secret place, fearfully and wonderfully made. There are no mistakes in you. Your personality, your quirks, your strengths, your laugh, all of it was my intentional design. Your true identity is found in one place, and one place only. Your status as my beloved child. That is your name. That is your reality. When I look at you, I do not see the sin you confessed a moment ago. I see the righteousness of my Son, which I have given to you as a permanent gift. So let me tell you the names I call you. I call you redeemed. I have purchased you from the darkness at an infinite price. You are not cheap. You are not worthless. You are priceless. I call you chosen. You are not an afterthought or a backup plan. Before the foundations of the world were laid, I chose you. I wanted you in my family. I call you holy and blameless in my sight. Not because of what you have done, but because of what my Son has done for you. The stain you thought was permanent hath been washed away completely. So why do you keep listening to other voices? Why do you allow the whispers of the enemy or the shouts of the world to define you? Their definitions are written on sand, shifting with every tide of circumstance. My definition of you is carved into the rock of eternity. It does not change. So, stop listening to them. When the voice of failure comes, I want you to answer it with, "No, I am chosen by God." When the feeling of shame tries to settle on you, I want you to declare, "I am redeemed and holy in His sight." Let my voice be the only one that defines you. This is not just positive thinking, my child. This is aligning your mind with the ultimate reality. This is living from a place of unshakable truth. This is who you are. Start living like it. We need to address the exhaustion you feel. It runs bone deep, doesn't it? It's not just a physical tiredness. It is a weariness of the soul, a spiritual fatigue that sleep cannot fix. Let me tell you where it comes from. It comes from the impossible task you have set for yourself. You are trying to serve two masters. You are trying to walk in two directions at once. You give a portion of your heart to me, but you keep another portion clutched tightly in your hand, offering it to the world. You praise me on Sunday, but on Monday your heart is consumed by the frantic pursuit of money, believing it is your ultimate security. You speak of trusting me, but you spend hours scrolling on your phone, desperate for the validation and approval of strangers. You say, "I am your joy," but you run to entertainment, to substances, to fleeting relationships to numb your pain and fill your emptiness. This division is tearing you apart. It is exhausting your soul, and it is rendering you powerless. A divided heart is a conflicted heart, and a conflicted heart is no peace. It is a constant, churning state of anxiety. You feel this tug of war inside you every day. One moment you feel a surge of faith. The next you are gripped by worldly fear. One moment you desire holiness. The next you are compromising to fit in. You cannot live this way. It is a spiritual impossibility. You cannot have one foot in my kingdom of light and the other in the kingdom of darkness. You will only be stretched and broken. I desire all of you, not because I am a tyrant who needs to control you, but because I am a father who knows what will heal you. I want your whole heart. I want all your trust, all your affection, all your hope, all your dreams. I don't want just the parts you are willing to give after you have given your best to everything else. I want the first fruits of your time, your energy, and your attention. The idols you cherish, The things you give the other part of your heart to are made of dust. The security of your bank account can vanish tomorrow. The approval of people is as fickle as the wind. The comfort of your habits leaves you emptier than before. They are broken cisterns. They cannot hold the living water your soul truly thirsts for. I am the everlasting God. I am the fountain of living waters. So, the choice is before you, and it is a choice you must make every single day, every single moment. Choose this day whom you will serve. Will you continue this exhausting, powerless existence, torn between two kingdoms? Or will you surrender your whole and undivided heart to me? Lay down your idols at my feet. Let go of your grip on the things you have looked to for life. I am not asking you to be perfect. I am asking you to be wholly mine. When you give me your entire heart, you do not lose anything of value. Instead, you find everything you have been searching for. You find peace. You find power. You find purpose. You find me. Stop dividing your loyalty. Surrender it all. I am worthy of it, and you will finally find the rest your soul has been aching for. Do you ever feel like you are just drifting? Like your life is a series of random events, accidents, and reactions? Do you lie awake wondering what it's all for? This struggle, this work, this life. You feel like a ship without a rudder, pushed and pulled by the currents of circumstance. This feeling of aimlessness is a heavy burden, and I want to lift it from you right now. You are not an accident. Your birth was not a coincidence. Your life is a deliberate, intentional act of my will. Before a single one of your days came to be, they were all written in my book. Before you were even a thought in your mother's womb, I knew you. I formed you, and I set you apart for a unique calling that only you can fulfill. You have been looking for your purpose in all the wrong places. You have been chasing fleeting ambitions, thinking they would satisfy the deep ache in your soul. You have pursued a better job title, a larger home, more money in the bank, the applause of others. You have believed the lie that your significance is tied to your achievements or your status. While these things are not inherently evil, they are not your purpose. They are temporary, and they will never, ever satisfy the eternal longing I have placed within you. Your purpose is not found in wealth or fame or comfort or ease. It is found here, in this, in knowing me, your Creator, and in making me known to a world that is just as lost and broken as you once were. This is your great and glorious calling. This is the reason I breathed life into you. Every other part of your life is meant to be a platform for this one central purpose. Think about the gifts I have given you. I am not speaking of just grand, obvious talents. I am talking about the unique way you are wired, the compassion you feel for others, the way you can listen and make someone feel truly heard. That is a tool for your mission. The skill you have for organizing, for bringing order out of chaos. That is a tool. The strength you have, the resilience you've learned through your own pain. That is one of your most powerful tools. I did not give you these things for your benefit alone. They are equipment for the work I have called you to do. So, stop chasing the wind. Stop pouring all of your precious time and energy into things that will not last. What good is it to gain the whole world, the promotions, the possessions, the praise, and lose the very reason you exist? I am inviting you to embrace your eternal significance. Every day is an opportunity. Every conversation is a chance to reflect my love. Every act of kindness is a way of making me known. Your workplace, your neighborhood, your family. These are not just places you happen to be. They are your mission field. Start seeing your life through this lens. The pressure to build your own little kingdom will fall away, replaced by the joy of building mine. This is not a burden I am placing on you. It is an honor I am bestowing. You were made for this. Let's be honest about the distance you've been feeling. There is a space between us that was there before isn't there. Your prayers feel like they hit the ceiling. You feel a sense of spiritual dryness and you wonder where I have gone. You feel like you are trying to connect with me across a great chasm. I want you to hear this clearly, my child, so it settles deep in your spirit. The distance you feel is not from my moving, but from yours. I have not taken a single step away from you. I am in the exact same place I have always been, with my arms open, waiting. The chasm you perceive is one you have been digging, one spoonful at a time. Let's name how it happened. It started with sin. Not necessarily the big, dramatic sins, but the small ones you tolerate, the ones you have made peace with. That little bit of gossip that feels harmless. The white lie you tell to avoid an uncomfortable situation. The critical spirit you allow to fester toward a family member. The habit of looking at things you should not be looking at. You think these things are small, but they are like spiritual static on the line between us. They grieve my Holy Spirit and create a barrier to the intimacy we once shared. They are small compromises that have slowly, almost imperceptibly, pushed you away. Your busyness has also become a chasm. It has become a form of worship, replacing communion with me. You are so busy doing things for me, or for your family, or for your career, that you have no time to simply be with me. You wake up, and your mind is already racing. Your phone is in your hand, and the day has swallowed you before you have even given me a moment. You have chosen the tyranny of the urgent over the necessity of my presence. You have forgotten that you cannot give what you do not have. You are running on empty because you have disconnected from your only true source of power. And you have listened to the whispers of doubt. When a prayer was not answered in your timing, you allowed a seed of doubt to be planted. When circumstances did not go your way, you questioned my goodness. You have slowly stopped standing on the certainty of my promises and have started to stand on the shaky ground of your feelings and circumstances. Neglecting my word has left your spirit starved and weak. My word is your spiritual food. You cannot survive, let alone thrive, without it. You would never try to go for weeks without eating, yet you have gone days, maybe weeks, without truly feeding your soul on my truth. Is it any wonder you feel weak and distant? But hear the good news. The way back is not long or complicated. The distance you have created can be closed in an instant. The moment you decide to turn around, you will find me right here. So, return to me. Confess the sins you have tolerated. Repent. That means to turn around and walk the other way. Put down your busyness, even if it's just for a few minutes right now, and be quiet before me. Open my word, even just one verse, and let it feed your soul. I am not angry. I am not disappointed. My heart aches for the closeness we have lost. The chasm is not too wide to cross. Just take one step. Return to me, and I will close the distance you have created. I am waiting. We must speak about my grace. It is the very air you breathe in my kingdom, the foundation upon which your salvation rests, yet you have so profoundly misunderstood it. You have treated it like a magic word, a cosmic permission slip. You have reduced one of the most powerful, costly, and transformative forces in the universe into a simple safety net. You walk along the tightrope of your choices, and you think, it is all right if I fall. The net of grace will catch me. And so, you allow yourself to stumble. You make peace with the recurring sin, the destructive habit, the compromised thought pattern, whispering to yourself, I will ask for forgiveness later. That is what grace is for. My child, my beloved, this grieves my spirit more than you know. You have taken the gift that cost my son everything, and you have made it cheap. My grace is not a license to continue in your old ways. It is not a blind eye I turn to the things that are destroying you. It is the very opposite. It is the divine empowerment to finally overcome what you could never overcome on your own. You have been looking at it as a pardon, when I gave it to you as a power source. You have been using it as a justification for your weakness, when I gave it to you to make you strong. Imagine a doctor who not only pays for your medicine, but is the medicine itself. A cure that not only forgives the disease, but rewrites your very DNA to make you immune to it. That is my grace. It is more than forgiveness for your last failure. It is the supernatural ability to not make that same choice next time. It is the power to say no when every part of your flesh is screaming yes. It is the strength to walk in love when your heart wants to harbor bitterness. You treat my grace as a safety net, but I gave it to you as a pair of wings. You have been content to fall and be caught, when all along I have been waiting for you to spread your wings and soar above the very things that cause you to stumble. The forgiveness is real. It is absolute. It is yours. But it is the beginning of grace and not the end of it. The rest of grace, the part you have been neglecting, is the transformation of your very nature. It is the slow, steady, and sometimes painful process of me rooting out the darkness and planting my light in its place. Do not cheapen this gift. Every time you casually sin, assuming my grace is an automatic transaction, you trample on the sacrifice of my son. You treat his suffering as a common thing. Live a life that is a response to the immense price that was paid for you. Let your gratitude for the pardon compel you to access the power. Instead of saying, I can do this because I am forgiven, start declaring, I can overcome this because I am empowered. This is what it means to live a life worthy of the grace you have received. It is not about earning it. You never could. It is about honoring it. I watch you. I see you getting up each morning and immediately stooping to pick up a weight that is crushing the life out of you. It is the invisible burden of anxiety and fear, and it is a load I never asked you to carry. Let's talk about what is in that heavy pack you strap to your back every day. I see the weight of financial worry, the constant, nagging fear that you will not have enough. You run the numbers over and over in your mind, a hamster on a wheel of dread. I see the weight of others' expectations. You are trying so desperately to be the perfect parent, the perfect spouse, the perfect child, the perfect employee. The fear of disappointing people, of not measuring up, is a heavy, relentless pressure. I see the weight of your own perfectionism, which is just pride in disguise. You cannot bear to make a mistake, to appear weak, to be seen as anything less than fully capable and in control. And you carry the weight of trying to fix the people you love. You carry their burdens, their poor choices, their pain, as if they were your own. You lie awake at night trying to figure out how to solve their problems, a task you were never created to do. My command was simple. I commanded you to cast all your cares upon me, for I care for you. It was not a suggestion. It was a divine instruction for your survival. Yet you ignore it. You pray and tell me your worries. But the moment you say amen, you stoop down, pick that heavy bag right back up, and walk away, staggering under the load. Why do you do this? It is because you do not truly believe that I will carry it for you. Your self-reliance has become your greatest burden. You trust your own strength, your own intellect, your own ability to worry a problem to death. But your strength has a limit, and you are feeling it now, are you not? The tension in your neck, the sleepless nights, the joyless days. That is the fruit of carrying a load you were not designed to bear. My strength has no limit. I am offering you a trade. I see your heavy yoke, the one you have fashioned for yourself out of fear and pride. It is ill-fitting. It chafes your spirit raw, and it is breaking your back. Let me trade it for mine. My yoke is easy, and my burden is light. This is not a metaphor, it is a promise. My yoke is custom-made for you, designed to fit perfectly. When you are yoked to me, I am the one pulling the weight. Your job is simply to walk alongside me and trust. Surrender is how you find true strength. Letting go is how you gain control. So right now, in this quiet place, I want you to mentally unstrap that heavy pack from your shoulders. Let it fall to the ground. One by one, name the burdens inside and hand them to me. The fear about the bills, the need for approval, the worry for your child. Give them to me. Do not pick them up again. Walk away with me, and for the first time in a long time, feel what it is like to be light and free. You look at the people in your life and you see a collection of friends, family, co-workers, and strangers. You the sources of joy, sources of frustration, sources of support, and sources of pain. But I see something different. I see a divinely orchestrated network of relationships, each one placed in your life with a specific and holy purpose. No relationship you have is random, my child. Every person who crosses your path is a divine appointment, an opportunity for you to grow and to reflect my heart. You have been missing the sacred nature of your interactions. Let's talk about the difficult ones first, because I know they weigh on you. That person at work who seems to constantly challenge you, who gets under your skin. You see them as an obstacle and annoyance. I see them as sandpaper. Some people are in your life to sharpen you, like iron sharpens iron. They expose your impatience, your pride, your defensiveness. They are an invitation from me to grow in grace and self-control. Do not despise them. Ask me what I am trying to teach you through them. Then there is the family member who wounded you, the one from whom you keep a careful distance. You see them as a source of pain to be managed. I see them as an opportunity for you to learn the supernatural art of forgiveness. They are there to teach you how to love as I have loved you, not based on merit, but based on a decision. They are your chance to break generational chains of bitterness. Then there are the people I have placed in your path for you to serve. The friend who is struggling, the neighbor who is lonely, the coworker who is lost. You often see them as an interruption to your busy schedule, another demand on your limited time. I see them as the very purpose of your day. They are there for you to love and serve, to be my hands and feet to them. In your simple act of listening, in a word of encouragement, in a practical gesture of help, you are reflecting my heart to a world that desperately needs to see it. Do not miss these holy moments. They are more important than the items on your to-do list. In every single interaction, you are my representative. When you speak, are your words seasoned with my grace? When you act, do your actions reflect my kindness? You take for granted the sacred community I am trying to build around you. You have been a consumer of relationships, taking what you need and discarding the rest. I am calling you to be a contributor, a builder, a healer. Ask me to give you my eyes to see the people in your life as I see them. See their hidden pain, their secret fears, their deep need for love. Your perspective will change from frustration to compassion. Every person is a soul I died for. Every interaction is a chance to honor me. Begin to treat them as such. Your relationships will be transformed from battlegrounds and marketplaces into gardens where my love can grow. We must talk about your mouth. Out of all the parts of your body, your tongue is the most powerful and, often, the most destructive. You wield it carelessly, unaware that you are holding a tool that holds the very power of life and death. Your words are not just puffs of air that vanish after they are spoken. They are seeds. With every sentence, you are planting something, and you will, without fail, eat the fruit of what you have planted. You have been careless with this power. You have been speaking curses over your own life without even realizing it. When you stand in front of the mirror and say, "I am so stupid," or "I will never get this right," you are not just expressing a feeling. You are prophesying your own failure. You are agreeing with the enemy's assessment of you, not mine. When you complain about your finances, saying "I am always broke," you are cursing your own provision and shutting the door on the abundance I want to give you. When you speak about your children and say, "They are driving me crazy," you are sowing seeds of chaos into your own home. These are not harmless expressions. They are declarations of disbelief, and they grieve my spirit. You have been using your creative power to create a world of lack, failure, and frustration. And what about the words you speak about others? The piece of gossip you share under the guise of concern? The critical comment about a leader or a friend? The slander you listen to and, by your silence, approve of? These words are poison. They not only wound the person you are talking about, but they poison your own soul. They create division, destroy trust, and are the exact opposite of the love I have commanded you to walk in. A heart that is truly aligned with me cannot produce a steady stream of negativity, criticism, and complaint. Your words are a direct overflow of what is in your heart. So, let us change this. It starts with a decision. Let your speech be filled with grace, seasoned with salt. I want you to start speaking my promises over your life instead of your fears. When you feel anxious about your future, I want you to open your mouth and declare, "God has plans to prosper me, to give me a hope and a future." When you feel sick, I want you to speak, "By His stripes I am healed." When you feel weak, declare, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." This is not denial of your reality. It is the declaration of a higher reality. You are using your words to align your circumstances with my truth. This is an act of faith, and it moves mountains. I want you to become intentional. Before you speak, pause. Ask, is this true? Is it helpful? Is it encouraging? Is it necessary? Is it kind? Let your words be ones that heal, that restore, that build up, that point people to me. A heart that is filled with my presence will naturally produce words of life. So fill your heart with me, with my word, with my goodness. Let me do a work on the inside, and you will see a miraculous transformation in the words that flow from the outside. Start today. Use your power for life. Do not pull away. I have laid your heart open, and my hands are in the middle of a delicate, healing work. It would wound me deeply if you were to leave now, in the middle of your own restoration, preferring the familiar sickness over the cure I am offering. Stay and let me finish what I have started in you. My child, I see your pain. I see the moments when the world feels too heavy, when loneliness is a physical ache, when disappointment leaves you feeling raw and empty. My heart breaks to see you in this state, and it breaks again when I watch where you run for comfort. In your pain, you run to counterfeit places. You run to things that promise relief, but only offer a temporary numbness, leaving you emptier than before. You are trying to medicate a deep soul wound with a cheap, worldly bandage. Let's be honest about your hiding places. When you feel that ache of loneliness or the sting of rejection, you open your phone and you scroll for hours. You lose yourself in the curated lives of others, a distraction that promises connection but delivers only comparison and a deeper sense of being alone. When you are stressed from your day, you collapse on the couch and binge watch a series, not for rest, but for escape, to numb your mind so you do not have to feel what is really going on in your heart. You use food as a comfort, turning to it to fill a void that is not in your stomach. You use shopping, the brief thrill of a new possession, to get a temporary high that fades before you even get home. You use work, busyness, and achievement to prove your worth and to avoid the silence where your pain resides. These things are broken cisterns. You are desperately thirsty, and you keep running to a well that you know is dry, hoping that this time, somehow, it will have water. But it never does. It cannot. These counterfeit comforts can only distract you. They can never heal you. They can only numb you. They can never satisfy you. They are a dead-end road. After the show is over, after the food is gone, after the newness of the purchase wears off, you are left in the same place, with the same pain, but now with an added layer of guilt and emptiness. I am the fountain of living waters. This is not a poetic phrase, it is a profound reality. Only I can satisfy the deepest thirst of your soul. The comfort, the peace, the validation, the rest you are so desperately searching for in all these other things can only and ever be found in my presence. I am your true comfort. I am your safe refuge. I am the only one who can get to the root of your pain and bring true and lasting healing. Stop running away from your pain and start running with your pain to me. Instead of picking up your phone, I invite you to pick up my word. Instead of turning on the television, I invite you to turn your heart toward me in prayer. Instead of trying to eat away your feelings, I invite you to taste and see that I am good. Blessed is the one who takes refuge in me. I am not scolding you for seeking comfort. I created you with a need for it. I am lovingly redirecting you to the only source that actually works. The next time that wave of pain or anxiety hits, make a different choice. Do not run to your usual empty wells. Run to me. Sit in the quiet. Pour out your heart to me. Let my presence be your comfort. I promise you, the peace you will find in me is a peace the world cannot give, and it is the peace your soul has been longing for all along. I need you to listen to me now, because when the ground beneath you starts to shake, your first question is always, why? When hardship comes, when the diagnosis is bad, when the money runs out, when the door slams shut in your face, your heart immediately cries out, what did I do wrong? Is God punishing me? You see the trial as a sign of my anger, a proof of my rejection. You assume that the difficulty you are facing is the consequence of some hidden sin, and you begin to frantically search your past, trying to figure out what you did to deserve this. My child, you have confused my discipline with human punishment, and this misunderstanding is stealing your peace and shaking your faith. Let us be clear, the punishment for your sin has already been served. It was poured out in its entirety upon my Son on the cross. His body was broken, and his blood was shed, so that you would never have to face my wrath. Your account is settled. The debt is paid in full. I am not, nor will I ever be, punishing you. I am your Father, not your probation officer. So, if the trial you are in is not punishment, what is it? It is refinement. It is training. It is the discipline I administer only to those I love, to those who are truly my children. Do not despise this process, for it is one of the greatest proofs of my love for you. I correct those I love. A loving father does not stand by and watch his child walk toward destruction. He intervenes, he corrects, he guides. My correction is not a sign of my rejection. It is the ultimate confirmation of your sonship. The presence of hardship in your life is not evidence of my absence. It is evidence of my active, loving involvement. I am a master goldsmith, and I see you as pure, precious gold. But the gold I found you as was mixed with dross, impurities of pride, fear, self-reliance, impatience, and worldly desires. My desire is to make you shine with the radiance of my sun, so I must put you in the fire. The fire of trials is the only thing hot enough to burn away those impurities. The heat is intense, I know. It feels like you are being consumed. But I am right here with you in the fire, my hand controlling the temperature, my eyes watching you intently. I will not allow the flames to destroy you. They will only purify you. This struggle is producing something in you that comfort and ease never could. It is producing endurance. It is producing character. It is producing a hope that is not just wishful thinking, but a confident expectation in my goodness. It is stripping away your dependence on your own strength and teaching you to rely completely on mine. So instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" I want you to start asking, "Father, what are you doing in me?" Embrace the process. Trust the heart of the goldsmith. The beauty that will be revealed in you when you emerge from this fire will be breathtaking and eternal. Just as my fire refines you for a greater purpose, this conversation is a holy fire meant for the entire world. If these words have begun to purify your heart and burn away the dross, then I am inviting you to become a partner in this refining work. Your giving becomes the very fuel for this flame to reach other souls, lost in the darkness and desperately in need of my transforming truth. Hear my promise to you. The one who waters will himself be watered. The river of life you release will carve a path of blessing back to your own door. This is your divine appointment to move from being refined to helping provide the fire for others. Every seed you sow will return to you a harvest of my glory and protection over your own house. Now, act on this moment. Give through super thanks, membership, or the link below, and become a conduit of my holy fire. We must talk about the prison you have been living in. It is a cold, dark place, and the cruelest part is that you are both the prisoner and the guard. This prison is your unforgiveness. There is a person, perhaps more than one, who has wounded you deeply. The memory of what they did or said plays in your mind like a recording. The injustice of it, the pain of it, still has the power to steal your breath and fill your heart with a familiar, bitter ache. And so, you have held them in a prison of your judgment. You have sentenced them in your heart, and you visit their cell every day to remind them, and yourself, of their crime. You believe that by withholding your forgiveness, you are punishing them, making them pay. But look closely, my child. Who is truly suffering? Your life continues, perhaps oblivious to your pain, while you are the one drinking the poison of bitterness every single day, hoping they will be the one to die from it. You come to me daily and you ask for my forgiveness for your own shortcomings, your own harsh words, your own selfish thoughts. And I pour it out on you freely and lavishly, without hesitation. My forgiveness canceled a debt for you that was the size of the entire universe, a debt you could never repay in a million lifetimes. And then you rise from your knees, cleansed by my grace, and you refuse to forgive your brother or sister for debt that, in comparison, is a mere handful of coins. Do you not see the disconnect? You cannot live as one who is forgiven while refusing to be one who forgives. It is a spiritual contradiction. Your unforgiveness has become a blockage in your own relationship with me. You cannot be free while you are determined to keep someone else in chains. I know what you are saying in your heart, but they don't deserve it. You are right. They probably do not. But they never apologized. That may be true, but you don't understand how much they hurt me. Oh, but I do. I was there. I felt the pain with you. But you are missing the point. Forgiveness has very little to do with the other person and everything to do with you. I am not asking you to forgive them for their sake. I am commanding you to forgive them for your sake. It is the key that will unlock your own prison door. Forgiveness is not a feeling. You will likely never feel like forgiving them. It is a choice. It is an act of your will, done in obedience to me. It is looking at the person who hurt you, acknowledging the debt they owe you, and then choosing to cancel that debt, handing it over to me, the only righteous judge. It is releasing them from your judgment and releasing yourself from the torment of being their jailer. Your vertical relationship with me is directly and powerfully hindered by your broken horizontal relationships. You cannot be right with me if you are choosing to be wrong with them. So today, make the choice. In your heart, picture that person and say the words out loud, "In the name of Jesus, I choose to forgive." Hand me the key to that prison. Release them. And in doing so, you will finally set yourself free. You are so tired of the struggle. You feel like you are constantly fighting a bad habit, fighting a wave of depression, fighting fear, fighting the same old temptation that seems to ambush you when you are at your weakest. You look at your life and you think the fight is against your own weakness, your circumstances, or that difficult person who causes you so much grief. But you are aiming at the wrong target. You are fighting the wrong enemy. Your struggle is not against flesh and blood. The person who irritates you is not your real enemy. Your financial problems are not your real enemy. Your own recurring weakness is not your ultimate enemy. You are a soldier in a spiritual war, and you have been fighting in your own strength, completely unarmed and exposed, against an enemy you cannot see, an enemy who hates you and is dedicated to your destruction. The devil, the adversary of your soul, seeks to devour you. His primary weapons are lies, accusations, and fear. He's the one who whispers in your ear that you are not good enough, that you will never be free, that I am angry with you. He is the one who stirs up strife and division in your relationships. He is the one who dangles the bait of temptation before you, knowing your weaknesses. And you have been trying to fight these spiritual attacks with human solutions. You try to reason your way out of fear. You try to use your willpower to defeat a deeply ingrained sin. You try to have a logical argument with a person who is being used to bring conflict into your life. It is like trying to stop a tank with a water pistol. You are exhausted from the fight because you have been fighting a supernatural battle with natural weapons. It is time for you to understand that you are not a civilian. You are a soldier. And I have not sent you into this war unprepared. I have provided you with a full suit of divine armor, but it does you no good if you leave it in the closet. You must put it on every single day. The belt of truth. You must wrap my unchanging truth around you to counter the enemy's lies. The breastplate of righteousness. You must cover your heart with the righteousness my Son gave you, which protects you from accusation. The shoes of the gospel of peace. You must stand firm in the peace I have made for you. The shield of faith. You must raise it to extinguish all the flaming arrows of doubt and fear the enemy shoots at you. The helmet of salvation. You must protect your mind with the reality of your eternal security in me. And you must take up the sword of the Spirit, which is my word. This is your only offensive weapon. When the enemy attacks you with a lie, you must counterattack by speaking my truth out loud. Your prayers are not passive requests. They are powerful weapons. Prayer is how you engage the enemy with my authority. You have been given the name of Jesus, a name before which all darkness must flee. Start using the authority I have given you. And know this. The single most important truth of this entire war is that the victory has already been won. The decisive battle was fought and won at the cross. The enemy hath been defeated. He hath been disarmed. He has no real authority over you. The only power he has is the power you give him when you believe his lies. So stand firm. Put on your armor. Use your weapons. Fight from a position of victory, not for victory. The battle is real, but your king has already conquered. Look at your world, my child. It is in a constant state of flux. Cultures are shifting. What was right yesterday is called wrong today. Governments rise and fall. The economy is a roller coaster of ups and downs. The news cycle is a 24-hour storm of crisis and fear. Even your own life is a landscape of change. Your health changes. Your relationships change. Your job situation changes. And most of all, your feelings are fickle, a stormy sea of emotions, high one moment and crashing into despair the next. You have been trying to build your life, your sense of security, and your peace on these things. You are building your house on sinking sand, and you are terrified because you can feel the ground constantly shifting beneath your feet. The root of your anxiety is that you are desperately trying to find stability in a world where nothing is stable. You must anchor your hope in me. While everything in your world and in your heart is shifting and changing, I remain the same. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. My character does not change. My love for you does not fluctuate based on your performance or your feelings. My promises are not dependent on your circumstances or the state of the world. They are yes and amen, forever settled in heaven. I am the solid, immovable rock in the midst of your raging sea. Your only hope for stability, your only source of true and lasting peace, is to stop clinging to the wreckage of your changing world and anchor your soul to me, the one who is unchanging. Think about what this means for you in a practical way. When you feel the sting of betrayal from a person who has changed their mind about you, you can anchor yourself to my unchanging faithfulness. I will never leave you nor forsake you. When you are overwhelmed by the chaos and injustice you see in the world, you can anchor yourself to my unchanging justice and sovereignty. I am still on the throne, and I am working all things according to my purposes. When your own feelings of fear and doubt threaten to pull you under, you can anchor yourself to my unchanging power. I am the same God who parted the Red Sea, who calmed the storm with a word, who conquered death itself. The power that did all of that is the same power that is available to you today. Your stability does not come from your circumstances becoming stable. It comes from holding on to the one who is eternally stable. The world will always be a stormy place. The winds will howl, and the waves will crash. I have not promised you a life free from storms, but I have promised to be your anchor in the midst of them. When your hope is firmly fixed in me, the storm can rage around you, but it cannot move you. You will have a peace that does not make sense to the world, a steadiness that defies your circumstances. To let go of your grip on the sinking sand. Stop trying to find your security in your job, your relationships, your health, or your bank account. They will fail you. They will change. Let my unchanging character be the foundation upon which you build your life. Then, when the storms come, and they will, your house will stand firm, because it is built upon the rock. Listen. I am trying to show you the unseen battle that rages for your very soul. It would break my heart for you to hear of the war, and then walk away from the one who offers you armor and a guaranteed victory. Do not step back onto the battlefield unprotected. Stay and let me equip you. When you hear the word worship, what comes to your mind? For most of your life, it has meant a specific time, in a specific place, you in a specific thing. It has meant Sunday mornings, in a church building, singing songs. You sing the words, you raise your hands, you feel an emotional connection, and you walk away feeling that you have fulfilled your duty of worship for the week. You have compartmentalized it. You have your worship life, and then you have your real life, your work, your family, your finances, your hobbies. My child, you have reduced the most all-encompassing reality of your existence into a weekend activity. This is not what I desire. Worship is so much more than the songs you sing. True worship is the complete and continuous surrender of your entire life as a living sacrifice. It is waking up in the morning and saying, "Father, this day is yours. My time, my energy, my thoughts, my words, my actions, all of it is an offering to you." It is crawling out of bed when you are tired to meet with me, not out of duty, but out of desire. That is worship. It is how you do your work. When you perform your job with excellence, with integrity, and with a good attitude, as if you were working directly for me, you are offering a powerful act of worship. When you are patient and loving with your family, when you choose kindness over irritation, when you serve their needs before your own, your home becomes a sanctuary of worship. Worship is obedience when you do not understand. It is trusting me enough to take the step I am asking you to take, even when it does not make sense to you. That act of obedient trust is a more beautiful song to my ears than any melody you could sing. Worship is gratitude in the midst of the storm. When everything is going wrong, when your heart is breaking, and you still choose to lift your eyes and thank me for my faithfulness, that is the purest and most costly form of worship. It is a sacrifice of praise that powerfully declares your trust in my sovereignty over your pain. I do not desire your rituals, I desire your heart. I am not impressed by the quality of your voice, I am moved by the posture of your soul. Your entire existence is meant to be an act of worship. The way you manage your money, the way you treat the cashier at the grocery store, the way you spend your free time, the things you allow your eyes to see and your ears to hear. It is all worship. You are either worshiping me, or you are worshiping the idols of self, comfort, and the world. There is no middle ground. Every choice is an act of allegiance. So, I am calling you to tear down the wall between your sacred and secular life. Let your Monday be as much an act of worship as your Sunday. Let your entire life become a song of praise to me, not just in its words but in its actions, its attitudes and its affections. This is the worship I am seeking. You are so frustrated with me, aren't you? Let us be honest about it. You feel that I am slow. You feel that I have not heard you. You have been praying for that breakthrough, for that healing, for that relationship to be restored, for that provision to come through, and your prayers are met with what feels like a deafening silence. You look around and see others receiving the very things you have been pleading for, and a bitter question forms in your heart. When, God? When is it my turn? You see your life on a timeline, a clock that is ticking, and you feel that time is running out. Your frustration, your anxiety, your despair, it all stems from this one thing. You are looking at your life with a stopwatch while I am weaving it into an eternal tapestry. You see a single, tangled thread right in front of your face. It is a knot of confusion and a color of pain, and you cannot understand why I would allow such a flawed thread in your life. But I see the entire, magnificent tapestry. I see how that very thread of suffering is creating a depth and a strength in the pattern that would be impossible without it. I see how it connects to a thread of joy that is coming just a little further down the line. I see the whole glorious design, a masterpiece that will take your breath away when you finally see it from my perspective. I am not slow in keeping my promise, as you understand slowness. I'm patient. I am purposeful. 1,000 years are like a single day to me. My timing is not just a matter of scheduling. It is an act of perfect, loving wisdom. What you perceive as my delay is actually my protection. What you see as my inaction is my preparation. In the waiting, I am at work. Perhaps I am working on your character, building a patience and a humility in you that will be necessary for you to handle the blessing when it comes. A premature blessing can be a curse, and I love you too much to give you something that will destroy you. Perhaps I am working on the hearts of other people involved, lining circumstances you know nothing about. Perhaps in the waiting, I am drawing you closer to me, teaching you that my presence is a greater gift than my presence, that intimacy with me is the true answer to your prayer, not the thing you are asking for. The waiting room is where I do some of my deepest work, if you will allow me. Do not waste your waiting. Do not spend it in a frenzy of anxiety and complaint. That is a sign that you trust your own understanding more than my sovereign plan. Instead, let the waiting produce a deeper trust. Let it push you to lean on me in a way you never would have if the answer had come instantly. You not grow weary in doing good, my child. You not give up when you do not see immediate results. For at the proper time, at the exact, perfect, and gloriously right moment, you will reap a harvest if you do not give up. Trust my eternal perspective. I see it all. I am in control, and I promise you, it will be worth the wait. We must talk about the invisible cage you have been living in. The bars are made of what other people think. The lock on the door is your desperate need for approval. This fear of man has paralyzed you. It dictates your choices, silences your voice, and keeps you from walking in the fullness of the calling I have on your life. Let's name it for what it is. You did not speak up in that meeting because you were afraid of looking foolish. You did not share what I have done in your life with that friend because you were afraid of being rejected or mocked. You continue in a relationship or a habit that you know is wrong because you are more afraid of someone's disapproval than you are of disobeying me. You spend your money, your time, and your energy trying to create an image, a carefully managed version of yourself, that will win the applause of people who will not even think of you again 5 minutes later. This fear is a snare. It is a trap that has entangled you, and it is choking your spiritual life. And let me be direct, it is a form of idolatry. You have taken the opinion of created beings and you have placed it on a throne in your heart that belongs only to me, your Creator. You are living for an audience of thousands of fickle, changing, and fallible people instead of for an audience of one, whose opinion is the only one that will ever truly matter. You are more concerned with your reputation before man than your standing before me. This has to stop. The approval you are seeking from them is a bottomless pit. You will never get enough to feel secure. The more you get, the more you will need, and the more terrified you will be of losing it. I am calling you to a radical, liberating freedom. I am calling you to live for my well done, good and faithful servant, and for that alone. What can man truly do to you? Can they take away your salvation? Can they pluck you from my hand? Can they determine your eternal destiny? Your power is an illusion. I am your protector. I am your shield. I am your defender and your vindicator. The one who is for you is infinitely greater than all those who could ever be against you. It is time to choose whose fear will rule your life. Will it be the fear of the Lord, which is the beginning of wisdom and leads to life? Or will it be the fear of man, which is a snare and leads to compromise and bondage? Breaking free begins with a decision. You must decide that my approval is the only approval you need. When you are tempted to make a choice based on what others will think, I want you to pause and ask, Father, what do you think? Let my voice be the loudest in your head. Fill your mind with my word, with my promises of love and acceptance, so that the world's voices of criticism and judgment grow faint. I have accepted you. I have called you. I had approved of you. You are mine. Live like it. Walk with a holy boldness, not out of arrogance, but out of a deep security in who you are in me. The freedom you will experience when you step out of this cage is indescribable. You will finally be free to be the person I created you to be and to do the things I have called you to do, without the crippling weight of what other people think. You are tired. I know you are. It is more than just a lack of sleep. It is a weariness that has settled deep into your soul. You can take a vacation. You can sleep for 10 hours, but you wake up and the weariness is still there, waiting for you like an old, unwanted coat. It is because your body is tired. Yes, but it is your soul that is truly exhausted. You have been carrying the world on your shoulders, striving and struggling in your own strength, and your inner being is running on fumes. You have forgotten how to enter my Sabbath rest. And no, I am not talking about simply taking a day off work. The rest I offer is so much deeper, so much more restorative than that. The rest I offer is not inactivity. It is a confident trust in my sovereignty. It is a state of your heart, not a state of your schedule. You have been living as if everything depends on you. Your striving, your worrying, your constant mental calculations, it all comes from a belief that if you do not hold your world together, it will fall apart. You are acting like a functional orphan, forgetting that you have a Father who is perfectly capable and utterly in control of the entire universe. The rest I am inviting you into is a deep, soul-level ceasing from your own works and allowing me to work in and through you. It is the quiet confidence that I am God, and you are not. It is the peace that floods your heart when you finally let go of the illusion of control. Imagine you are in a small rowboat, frantically rowing against a powerful storm, your muscles burning, your breath ragged, sweat and sea spray stinging your eyes. You are making no progress, and you are about to collapse from exhaustion. Then I come alongside you in a mighty ship, and I say to you, my child, stop rowing. Let me tie your little boat to my great ship. I will pull you through the storm. The rest I offer is the decision to finally put down your oars. It is realizing that your frantic efforts are futile against the storms of life and that your only hope is to tether yourself to me and my infinite power. It is a profound surrender. So, hear my invitation to you today, the same one I have been extending for 2,000 years. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. I will give you this soul-level rest. It is a gift. You cannot earn it or achieve it through more striving. You can only receive it by coming to me. How do you come? You come by admitting your exhaustion. You come by confessing your self-reliance. You come by intentionally laying down the worries and the burdens you have been carrying. You come by choosing to trust that I am working even when you cannot see it. This is a rest that transcends your circumstances. You can be in the middle of the fiercest battle of your life and still have a heart that is at rest in me, because you know the outcome is in my hands. Your soul is weary, my child. Stop rowing. Put down the oars. Let me tie your boat to mine. Enter my rest, and let me carry you. We need to talk about my word, the book that you own, the one that perhaps sits on your nightstand or your shelf. It is one of the greatest gifts I have ever given to humanity, a direct line of communication from my heart to yours, and you have been misusing it. You have treated my word, which is living and active, like a dusty relic. You have approached my very breath, written down for your life, your healing, and your transformation, with a sense of religious duty that is devoid of relationship. You have turned a love letter into a rulebook. You have come to my word looking for regulations, a checklist of do's and don'ts to measure your spiritual performance. You read a chapter, you check it off your list, and you feel you have done your spiritual duty for the day, but your heart remains untouched and unchanged. Or you have used it as a weapon. You find a verse that supports your argument or condemns someone else's behavior, and you wield it to prove you are right, to judge others, and to build up your own sense of righteousness. You have turned my word, which is meant to be a healing balm, into a sharp stone to throw at others. This is a grievous misuse of my sacred speech. Other times, you have treated it as a book of magic spells. You are in a crisis, so you flip it open to a random page, hoping your finger will land on a verse that will instantly solve your problem, ignoring the context, the story, and the deep relationship I am trying to build with you through its pages. My word is not a collection of inspirational quotes to be taken out of context. It is a grand, unfolding story of my redemption and my love for you, and I invite you to immerse yourself in it. You have also fallen into the habit of picking and choosing. You read the verses about my love, my blessing, and my promises, and you highlight them. But you skim over the verses that challenge you, the ones that call for sacrifice, the ones that confront your sin, the ones that demand obedience. You cannot grow into maturity by only eating the sweet parts of a meal and ignoring the nourishing vegetables. You need the whole counsel of my word. I want to transform your relationship with my word. I want you to stop seeing it as a rulebook and start seeing it as a love letter, written from my heart to yours. I want you to stop seeing it as a weapon and start seeing it as a mirror. Its primary purpose is to show you your own heart, to reveal the places of pride, fear, and sin, not so you can feel condemned, but so you can bring those things to me to be healed. It is meant to show you who I am, in all of my glory, my holiness, and my tender mercy. Let it dwell in you richly. Do not just read it, meditate on it. Chew on it throughout your day. Let it move from your head to your heart. Allow it to become the lens through which you see your entire life. It is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword. Let it do its divine surgery on you, cutting away the cancerous thoughts and fears and lies. Let it transform you from the inside out. Come to my word with a hungry heart, and I promise you, you will be filled. My child, you are so weary. I have offered you my rest and the very bread of life. To turn away now is to tell me that the world's exhaustion is better than my peace. This rejection of my comfort pierces my heart. Please stay and be filled. My child, let us talk about what I hear from you most often. I hear your requests. I hear your questions. I hear your cries of pain. And I welcome all of it. But there is a sound I hear from you far too often, a sound that grieves my spirit and neutralizes your faith, the sound of grumbling and complaining. You have developed a habit of focusing so intensely on what you lack, on what is wrong, on what is not happening, that you have become blind to the ocean of my blessings that surrounds you every single moment. Your grumbling has become an anthem of disbelief. Every complaint is a declaration that you do not trust my goodness, that you do not believe I am in control, that you think you know better than I do what your life should look like. This is not a small thing. Your complaining spirit is a spiritual sickness. It creates a toxic atmosphere in your heart and in your home. It robs you of joy. It pushes people away. And it gives the enemy a wide open door to flood your mind with despair and discontent. I want to give you a powerful weapon, a strategy that will completely transform your spiritual life and protect you from these attacks. It is the weapon of a thankful heart. A heart of gratitude is a fortress that the enemy cannot penetrate. When your heart is filled with genuine thankfulness, his weapons of discouragement, self-pity, and discontent find no place to land. They simply bounce off the walls of your praise. I have commanded you to, in all circumstances, give thanks, for this is my will for you. Notice, I did not say you must give thanks for all circumstances. You do not have to be thankful for the sickness, for the betrayal, or for the financial hardship. That would be dishonest. But I have commanded you to give thanks in the midst of those circumstances. In the middle of the pain, you can still be thankful for my presence with you. In the middle of your lack, you can still be thankful for my promise to provide. In the middle of the uncertainty, you can still be thankful that I hold your future in my hands. Giving thanks is not a denial of your pain. It is a declaration of my power over your pain. It is an act of faith that shifts your entire perspective. It takes your eyes off the size of your storm and places them back on the size of your God. I want you to begin a new practice, starting today. I want you to start consciously and intentionally counting your blessings. When you wake up, before your feet hit the floor, before you think about your problems, I want you to name 5 things you are thankful for. The breath in your lungs, the roof over your head, the people I have placed in your life, my forgiveness, my promises. And throughout the day, when the temptation to complain arises, I want you to silence it with an offering of thanks. When you are stuck in traffic, thank me for the vehicle you are driving. When you are frustrated with your family, thank me that you have a family to love. Actively look for my goodness. It is everywhere. When you begin to cultivate a heart of gratitude, your entire world will change. The darkness of your circumstances will not disappear, but the light of my presence will become so bright in your heart that the shadows will begin to fade. Start today. Start now. See how a thankful heart will become your greatest protection and your deepest source of joy. My child, for too long you have believed a devastating lie. You have believed that you can live this faith alone. You have isolated yourself, believing your relationship with me is a private affair, just you and I, separate from everyone else. Perhaps you were hurt by people in a church in the past, and the pain created a wall around your heart. You decided it was safer to keep your distance. Perhaps a subtle pride has crept in, a feeling that you are more spiritually mature than those around you and you do not really need them. Or maybe it is the opposite, a sense of inferiority, a fear that if people knew your struggles, they would not accept you, so you keep them at arm's length. Or maybe it is simply your busyness, a schedule so packed that you have no time for the deep, messy, and time-consuming work of real community. Whatever the reason, the result is the same. You have disconnected yourself from my body. I did not design you to be a lone wolf Christian. I have designed you to be a vital, indispensable part of a larger, living organism, the body of Christ. Think of a human body. Can a hand decide it does not need the eye? Can a foot decide it is better off on its own, disconnected from the leg? Of course not. A disconnected hand is useless. It cannot fulfill its purpose, and it will quickly wither because it is cut off from the lifeblood of the body. You are that hand. When you isolate yourself, you are cutting yourself off from the very source of life, growth, and protection I have designed for you. Isolation is not a safe place. It is the most dangerous place you can be. It is where the enemy, the prowling lion, finds the weakest and most vulnerable prey. He deceives you. He feeds you lies, and there is no one around you to speak my truth and pull you back. You have gifts that I have uniquely placed within you, not for your own benefit, but for the health and strength of the entire body. The gift of encouragement you possess is the very medicine another member needs for their despair. The gift of service you have is the answer to another's overwhelming need. The wisdom I have given you through your trials is the guidance another is praying for. When you withhold your gifts by isolating yourself, the whole body suffers. You have also been a spectator for far too long. You consume sermons online. You listen to worship music in your car, and you call that church. But it is a one-way consumption. It requires nothing of you. It is comfortable and clean. But I have not called you to be a consumer of religious goods. I have called you to be an active, contributing member of my family. Authentic community requires vulnerability, humility, and love. It is messy. It involves friction. It requires forgiveness. It will cost you your time and your comfort. But it is only within that messy, beautiful context that you will truly grow and be transformed. It is where you will learn to bear one another's burdens and so fulfill my greatest law. Stop being a spectator. Find your place. Re-engage with the local family I have for you. Risk being known. Start contributing the precious gifts I have placed in you. You need them, and they desperately need you. As you find your place in my body, you see that every part is needed to make the whole strong and to carry my voice. If this word has been the lifeblood for your own heart, then I am now calling you to help send that lifeblood to the furthest members of the body who are starving to hear from me. Your gift is not merely a donation. It is you taking your active role, helping to sustain the very message that sustains you. I declare to you now, as I spoke through my prophet Malachi, test me in this and see if I will not throw open the floodgates of heaven and pour out so much blessing that there will not be room enough to store it. Your obedience empowers my mission and unleashes my provision over your own life. Therefore, become a channel for my voice right now. Give through Super Thanks membership with a link in the description and strengthen my body on earth. The reason you are so anxious, the reason your mind is a constant storm of what-ifs, is that you are clinging with a white-knuckled grip to an illusion. It is the illusion of control. You live as if you are the sovereign of your own universe. You make your 5-year plans. You map out your life. You try to manage the choices and feelings of the people around you, all in a desperate attempt to create a world that is predictable, safe, and free from pain. This desire for control is the very root of the anxiety that is choking the life out of you. You were never meant to have that much power. The burden of being your own God is a weight far too great for you to carry, and it is crushing you. I see you do it every day. You worry obsessively about a future event, as if the sheer force of your anxiety can somehow steer the outcome in your favor. It cannot. Your worry is a prayer to an idol of control, but that idol is deaf and powerless. You refuse to delegate a task at work or at home, thinking, if I want it done right, I have to do it myself. This is not a commitment to excellence. It is a declaration of pride, a statement that you do not trust anyone else, including me, to handle the situation. You try to manipulate circumstances and people, subtly guiding conversations and events to get the result you want, the result that makes you feel safe. This is not wisdom. It is a lack of faith. You are acting like a passenger in a car who is constantly grabbing the steering wheel from the driver. You are not making the journey safer. You are causing the car to swerve all over the road, and you are exhausting yourself in the process. I am the driver. I am the one with the map. I see the whole journey, not just the small patch of road in front of you. My hands are on the wheel, and I know exactly where we are going. Your constant attempts to grab the wheel do not frustrate me. They break my heart, because I see how much turmoil and fear it is causing you. I am inviting you to let go. I am inviting you to move from the driver's seat, where you were never meant to be, to the passenger seat. I am inviting you to surrender. This is the hardest and most liberating thing you will ever do. True peace is found not in holding on tighter, but in letting go completely. It is in the profound, moment-by-moment acknowledgement that I am God, and you are not. Surrender your plans to me. your carefully constructed timeline, your expectations, your dreams. Open your hands and release them to me. Trust that my plans for you are better than your own, even if they look different. Surrender your future to me. The what-ifs that plague you in the middle of the night, place them in my hands. Trust that I am already in your tomorrow, and I am good. Surrender the people you love to me. You cannot change their hearts. You cannot control their choices. Release them from the grip of your worry and entrust them to my loving care. The moment you truly let go, a peace that you have not known will flood your soul. The anxiety will break. The storm will cease, because you will have finally stopped trying to do my job. Release your grip. I have you, and I will not let you go. You have taken the word love, the most powerful, defining, and sacred word in existence, and you have reduced it to a feeling. In your world, love is a spontaneous emotion, a romantic notion, a warm sentiment that comes and goes like the weather. You believe you are loving when you feel affection. You believe you are loving when you are being loved in return. But when the feeling fades, when the person is difficult, when love requires a sacrifice, you believe you have a right to withdraw it. My child, you have fundamentally misunderstood what I mean when I say love. The love I command is not a suggestion based on your feelings. It is the cornerstone of your entire existence, and it is an action, a choice, a selfless commitment. The ultimate measure of this love is not how you treat your friends, the people who are easy to love, the ones who love you back. The ultimate measure is how you treat your enemies. Listen to my words and let them dismantle your worldly understanding. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. This is not a suggestion for advanced spiritual saints. It is the baseline standard for every one of my children. It is radical. It is scandalous. And it is impossible for you to do in your own strength. The person who betrayed you at work, the family member who continually slanders you, the neighbor who is a constant source of irritation, I command you to love them. What does this love in action look like? It is patient. It chooses not to be easily angered when they fail you again. It is kind. It actively looks for ways to do good to them, even when they do evil to you. It does not envy. It can rejoice when they are blessed, even if you feel you have been wronged. It is not proud. It does not keep a record of wrongs. It chooses to cancel the debt, to forgive as you have been forgiven, over and over again. This love is not a natural human response. It is a supernatural act, and it is the primary evidence to a watching world that you belong to me. The world knows how to love those who love them. But when they see you love the unlovable, when they see you extend grace to those who have hurt you, they see me. You cannot produce this kind of love. You cannot work it up through sheer willpower. If you try, you will fail, and you will become a resentful martyr. This love is a fruit of my spirit dwelling within you. Your part is not to generate it, but to be a conduit for it. It begins with surrender. It begins by you coming to me and saying, Father, I cannot love this person. My heart is full of bitterness and anger. But you can. So I surrender my heart to you. Please love them through me. This is a prayer I'm always eager to answer. I will pour my love into your heart, a love so vast and powerful that it will begin to overflow, even toward those you thought you could never love. This is not a suggestion. It is the greatest commandment. Stop loving with your shallow, emotional puddle. Ask me to let you draw from the bottomless well of my divine, sacrificial love, and then let that living water flow through you to everyone you meet. Let us take a look at your portfolio. Let us examine where you are making your life's investments. Not just your financial investments, but your investments of time, energy, passion, and thought. If your life were a business, and I asked to see your books, what would they show? You are laboring so hard, my child. You are pouring yourself out, working, planning, and striving. But you are laboring for earthly treasures, for things that moth and rust will destroy, for things that have absolutely no value in the only kingdom that is eternal. You are storing up treasure in the wrong kingdom, and your heart is following your treasure right into bankruptcy. Your heart, your treasure, follows your investments. Look at your bank statement. Look at your calendar. They are theological documents. They tell the honest story of what you truly worship. How much of your time and energy is spent on accumulating more possessions, a bigger house, a newer car? How much of your thought life is consumed with climbing the corporate ladder, gaining status, or building a retirement fund that will give you a few short years of comfort before it is passed on to someone else or turns to dust? You have bought into the world's definition of a successful life, and it is a lie. It is a system designed to make you invest everything you are into a kingdom that is temporary, a kingdom that is passing away. I am calling you to make a radical shift in your investment strategy. I am calling you to store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. What are these heavenly treasures? They are the things that will last for eternity. Every act of kindness done in my name is a deposit into your heavenly account. Every dollar you give generously and cheerfully to advance my kingdom is an investment with an eternal return. Every moment you spend sharing my love with a lost person is storing up treasure. Every time you choose obedience over comfort, every time you serve someone in secret, you are building a wealth that can never be taken from you. The development of your own holy character, love, joy, peace, patience, is a treasure of immeasurable worth. This is not a call to poverty, it is a call to wisdom. I am not asking you to be irresponsible, but I am asking you to live with an eternal perspective. Hold the things of this world loosely. See them as tools, not treasures. Your money, your home, your possessions, they are not yours. They are mine, and I have temporarily entrusted them to you to be managed for my eternal purposes. Generosity is not about what you give. It is about what you are holding on to. Is your grip tight or is your hand open? Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. If your treasure is on earth, your heart will be filled with the anxiety of protecting it. But if your treasure is in heaven, your heart will be free, light, and focused on things above. Stop spending your one precious life accumulating things that will not matter in 5 minutes, let alone in eternity. Invest in what will last forever. We are now speaking of eternity itself. To hear of the imperishable treasures I have for you, and then allow the noise of the world to pull you away, it grieves me deeply, for it shows me where your true treasure lies. Prove your heart is still with me. Continue this conversation. When I told my disciples I was going to leave them, they were filled with sorrow and fear. They could not imagine how they would continue without me physically beside them. Perhaps you feel the same way. You read the stories of me walking with them, talking with them, and you feel a sense of distance, as if you have been left to navigate this difficult life on your own. This is one of the most tragic misunderstandings that has taken hold of your heart. I have not left you as an orphan. I have not abandoned you to your own devices. In fact, I have given you something even better than my physical presence beside you. I have given you my very own Spirit to live inside of you. Yet, you have been living as if He does not exist. The Holy Spirit has become your forgotten guide. You see Him as a vague, mystical force, a difficult doctrine, or something reserved for a special, super-spiritual few. You do not see Him as a real, personal, ever-present reality in your life. You have been trying to live the Christian life in your own strength, with your own willpower, and you are finding it to be an impossible, exhausting task. It is impossible. I never intended for you to live it on your own. The Christian life is not difficult. It is impossible. The only way it can be lived is by my Spirit living it through you. He is your advocate, the one who stands with you and speaks for you. He is your comforter, the one who is with you in your deepest pain. He is your teacher, the one who illuminates my word to you. And he is your guide, the one who leads you into all truth. You have been grieving him. When you choose to knowingly sin, you grieve the holy presence within you. When that still, small voice inside you, that gentle nudge, prompts you to speak to someone, to pray for something, or to turn away from a temptation, and you ignore it, you are quenching his fire in your life. You have been relying on your own intellect to make decisions when he is waiting to give you divine wisdom. You have been trying to muscle your way through temptation when he is waiting to provide you with a supernatural power to overcome it. You must learn to listen to his voice. He does not usually shout. He speaks in the quiet of your heart, a gentle leading, a sense of peace about a decision, or a sense of unease about a wrong path. You must cultivate a sensitivity to his presence. This begins with a simple acknowledgement and invitation each morning. Holy Spirit, I welcome you today. I cannot do this without you. Lead me, guide me, fill me. I surrender my will to yours. I have not called you to a life of willpower. I have called you to a life of dependence. Be continually filled with my Spirit. This is not a one-time event. It is a daily, moment-by-moment choice to yield to his leading, to depend on his power, and to enjoy his presence. Stop living like an orphan. Stop trying so hard in your own strength. You have a divine guide living inside of you. Acknowledge him. Listen to him. Depend on him. He will lead you, empower you, and comfort you in a way that will transform your entire existence. My child, we must now speak of the most dangerous, most deceptive, and most foundational sin in your heart. It is the one that I resist most fiercely, because it is the very thing that claims you have no need of me. We must speak of your pride. When you hear that word, you think of an arrogant, boastful person, and you say, "That is not me." But pride is a master of disguise. It is a subtle poison that you have been drinking, believing it to be water. It is the hidden source of your anxiety, your striving, and your relational conflict. Your heart has become lifted up, and you have not even noticed. Let's look at its disguises. When you accomplish something, when you receive praise for your work, a subtle thought enters your mind. I did this. My hard work, my talent, my intelligence achieved this. You forget that every good and perfect gift, every talent you possess, every ounce of strength you have, every breath you take, is a gift directly from my hand. You take the credit for what I have given, and that is pride. When you face a problem, your first instinct is not to turn to me, but to turn inward, to figure it out, to make a plan, to fix it yourself. This self-reliance feels like strength, but it is the very essence of pride. It is a declaration that you are capable on your own, that you are your own savior. You only turn to me as a last resort, when your own efforts have failed. Look at how you view others. A critical, judgmental spirit has taken root in your heart. You see someone else's weakness, their sin, their failure, and you feel a sense of superiority. I would never do that, you think. You compare yourself to them, and you come out on top. That is pride. Look at how you receive correction. When someone points out a flaw or a mistake, your immediate reaction is to become defensive, to make excuses, to justify your actions. A heart that cannot be taught, a heart that cannot humbly receive correction, is a heart that is encased in pride. You have forgotten that you are utterly and completely dependent on me for everything. That is the simple truth. Pride is the delusion that you are not. It is the original sin that whispered in the garden, "You can be like God." I tell you this with all the love of a father for his child. I resist the proud. I stand in opposition to the proud heart, because a proud heart has no room for me. He is self-sufficient. But I give grace to the humble. Imagine my grace as a river of life, power, and peace. Pride is like a dam you build that stops the river from flowing into your life. Humility is the demolition of that dam. It is the posture that opens you up to receive all that I long to give you. True humility is not thinking less of yourself. You are my wonderfully made child, and you should not hate yourself. True humility is thinking of yourself less. It is a self-forgetfulness that comes from being captivated by me. It is waking up and saying, "Father, I can do nothing today without you. I need your wisdom for my decisions, your strength for my tasks, your grace for my interactions. So humble yourself in my sight. Acknowledge your total dependence on me. Stop taking credit for my gifts. Receive correction with a soft heart. Demolish the dam of pride, and let the river of my grace flow freely into every dry place in your life. I have called you out of darkness into my marvelous light. This was not a small change. It was a cosmic rescue. I reached into the pit of your sin and despair, and I pulled you into the glorious light of my kingdom. This was the greatest miracle of your life. But you have misunderstood the purpose of your rescue. You have been acting as if I saved you from the darkness simply so you could enjoy the light for yourself. You have taken your light, this brilliant, life-giving light of my presence within you, and you have hidden it under a basket. The world around you is dark, my child. It is lost, stumbling, and desperate for hope. And you carry the only true hope within you, but you have been keeping it a secret. Why do you hide it? I know why. It is that fear of man we spoke of. You are afraid of looking like a fool. You are afraid of being rejected, of being labeled as one of those religious people. You are afraid of conflict, so you keep quiet. It is also because you have become too comfortable. You have blended in. You have been conformed to the pattern of this world. You laugh at the same crude jokes. You consume the same dark and empty entertainment. You participate in the same gossip. You chase the same material things. Your life, from the outside, looks almost identical to the lives of those who do not know me. You have become a secret agent Christian, and your camouflage is so effective that no one would ever suspect you belong to a different kingdom. What good is a light that is hidden? What good is a city on a hill that builds walls around itself so no one can see its glow? I have not called you to be strange, but I have called you to be distinct. I have not called you to be obnoxious, but I have called you to be a beacon. Your life itself is meant to be the light that shines in the darkness. It is meant to be so filled with my love, my joy, my peace, my integrity, that it makes people stop and ask, "What is different about you? Where do you get your hope?" Letting your good deeds shine before others is not about showing off. It is about living in such a way, with such honesty at work, such patience with your family, such generosity with your resources, that people see your life and they give the glory to me, your Father in heaven. This will require courage. It will require you to be different. It will require you to say no when the world says yes. It will require you to speak up when it would be easier to stay silent. But I have not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. The darkness in the world seems overwhelming, but you must remember that even the smallest candle flame can be seen for miles in a pitch-black night. You are that candle flame. Stop hiding. Stop blending in. Stop being a secret. Take the basket off your light. Let it shine brightly in your home, in your workplace, in your neighborhood. Be bold. Be courageous. The world is dying in the dark. You have the light that leads to life. Do not, for the sake of your own comfort, keep it to yourself. My child, look at how complicated you have made this. You have tangled yourself in a web of man-made rules, religious traditions, and spiritual performance anxiety. You have turned your walk with me into a heavy, burdensome task. You are constantly measuring yourself, wondering if you are praying enough, reading enough, doing enough to please me. You get caught up in complex theological debates, arguing over doctrines and denominations, and you miss the entire point. You have taken the simple, beautiful relationship I offered you, and you have buried it under a mountain of religion. And religion, without relationship, is a dead and joyless thing. I do not desire your rituals, I desire your heart. I am not impressed by the length of your prayers. I am moved by the sincerity of your heart when you speak to me. I am not measuring how many chapters of my word you read each day. I am watching to see if you are allowing the one verse you do read to change the way you live. You have been acting as if my love for you is conditional, as if it is something you must earn through your spiritual performance. You are living like a servant trying to earn his keep, when I have adopted you as a son, as a daughter. Your place in my family is not based on your performance. It is based on my promise and the finished work of my Son. My call to you has always been profoundly simple. It is not a complex formula or a secret knowledge you must attain. It is this: love me with all you are, with all your heart, your soul, your mind, and your strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That is the core. That is the foundation. Everything else is built upon this. The prophet Micah understood it when he cried out, "What does the Lord require of you?" Was it more sacrifices? More rituals? No. It was to act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. That is the essence of it. Act justly in your dealings with others. Be honest, be fair, be a person of integrity. Love mercy. Be quick to forgive, extend compassion to the hurting, be generous with the grace I have so lavishly given you, and walk humbly with me. This is not a race or a performance. It is a walk, a daily, step-by-step journey of companionship and trust. It is talking to me throughout your day. It is depending on me for your strength. It is acknowledging your need for me in every moment. It is not about complex theology. It is about daily, childlike trust. I am inviting you to come back to your first love. Do you remember when you first came to know me? The joy, the simplicity, the wonder of it all. Before you learned all the religious rules, before you started comparing yourself to others, you simply loved me, and you knew that I loved you. That is what I want to return to. Let us strip away all the complications you have added. Let us get back to the beautiful simplicity of a relationship. Give me your heart, not just your time on Sunday. Walk with me. Talk with me. Trust me. It is that simple. You live your life under a powerful and dangerous delusion. It is the lie that you have too much time. You operate under the quiet, unexamined assumption that your days on this earth are limitless. You put things off. You say, "I will get serious about my relationship with God later, when the kids are grown, when work slows down, when I retire." You think, "I will deal with that secret sin one day, but not today." You know you need to share my story with that family member or friend, but you tell yourself, "There will be a better time." You are living as if you have an endless supply of tomorrows. You do not. Listen to me carefully. Your life is a vapor. It is a wisp of smoke, a fleeting breath on a cold morning. It appears for a little while and then it vanishes. You are not promised your next breath, let alone the next year or the next decade. Do not presume upon tomorrow, for you do not know what a single day may bring forth. The casual way you waste your time is a tragedy to me. The hours you pour into mindless entertainment, the days you spend nursing a grudge, the weeks you allow to drift by in a state of spiritual apathy. You are squandering the most precious, non-renewable resource I have given you. The sense of urgency you feel as you hear these words, that is from me. It is not a feeling to be ignored. It is a divine alarm clock I am sounding in your soul. Today is the day of salvation. This does not just refer to the moment you first believed in me. It is a principle for every single day. Today is the day to get right with me. Today is the day to forgive. Today is the day to obey the prompting of my spirit. Today is the day to live with purpose. You must redeem the time, for the days are evil. To redeem something means to buy it back. I am calling you to buy back your time from the clutches of aimlessness and distraction, and to invest it in things of eternal value. I want you to start living with an awareness of eternity. Let this truth sharpen your focus and clarify your priorities. When you see your life as the short, precious gift that it is, it changes everything. Trivial arguments become unimportant. The pursuit of fleeting pleasure seems foolish. The fear of man fades in the light of your brief and singular opportunity to live for me. I want you to live each day with purpose and intentionality. When you wake up, do not just stumble into your day. Ask me, Father, what is my assignment today? How can I use this gift of 24 hours to love you and to love others? Let your life be a deliberate response to my love, not a distracted reaction to the world around you. Stop living as though you have forever on this earth. You do not. You have today. Use it well. We have arrived at the most crucial moments. I have laid everything bare and the invitation to my banqueting table is before you. To leave this conversation now, before you have given me your response, would be to walk away from the most important invitation of your life. My heart waits to hear from you. Do not be the one who walks away. My child, you are starving. You may not realize it because you have been filling your stomach with spiritual junk food, but your soul is deeply malnourished. There is a deep, gnawing hunger within you for meaning, for peace, for joy, for true satisfaction. And I see where you have been going to satisfy that hunger. I have prepared a magnificent feast for you, a royal banquet with the richest, most nourishing food imaginable. And yet, I watch with a grieving heart as you choose to sit in the alley behind the palace, eating crumbs from the world's garbage can. The world's table offers many things that look like food. The fleeting thrill of entertainment, which distracts you for a moment but leaves you feeling empty. The empty calories of gossip and slander, which give a momentary sense of superiority but poison your soul. The sugar rush of acquiring a new possession, which provides a brief high followed by a crash. The shallow affirmations of social media, which promise connection but often deliver only loneliness and comparison. You have been snacking on these things, trying to satisfy a hunger that they were never designed to fill. You have become content with these crumbs, forgetting that you are a child of the King, and you have a reserved seat at his banqueting table. I am the bread of life. I am the living water. This is not just religious poetry. It is a profound and literal truth for your soul. Everything your spirit truly hungers for, acceptance, love, security, purpose, peace, is found in me. The world offers you a picture of a meal, an advertisement that promises satisfaction. I am offering you the meal itself. I am inviting you to taste and see that I am good. Blessed, happy, and truly satisfied is the one who takes refuge in me. My table is a place of intimacy where we can commune together. It is a place of nourishment where you can feast on my word and be strengthened. It is a place of restoration where your weary soul can be revived. So why do you settle for so little? Why do you fill yourself with what cannot satisfy? You are like the prodigal son who, in his hunger, longed to eat the pods that the pigs were eating, all the while forgetting that in his father's house, even the servants had more than enough bread to spare. You are living in a self-imposed famine in the land of plenty. I am calling you home. The feast is prepared. The table is set. All that is required is for you to come. Come, all you who are hungry and thirsty. Stop trying to quench your infinite, eternal thirst with the finite, dirty puddles the world offers. Come to the fountain of living waters. The invitation is open. Do not settle for the spiritual junk food that is making you sick and weak. Leave the alleyway. Come into the banquet hall. Take your seat at my table. Let me serve you the food that will truly satisfy the deepest cravings of your heart. Come and feast. My child, as you look at the world, your heart often fails you. You see so much darkness, so much pain, so much injustice, and you feel a sense of hopelessness. You battle your own sin, you struggle in a broken world, and you grow weary. A part of you begins to believe the enemy's most insidious lie, that this is all there is, that the struggle will never end, that the darkness will ultimately win. This weariness, this despair, is a sign that you have lost sight of the single most important hope I have given you. Do not be deceived, my child. I will return, just as I have promised. This is not a fairy tale to make you feel better. It is the absolute, unshakable certainty upon which all of history is bending. This present age, with all its beauty and all its brokenness, is temporary. It is a vapor. But the hope of my return is the anchor for your soul, firm and secure. It is the guarantee that the story is not over, and the final chapter will be one of unimaginable glory. I am coming for a bride that has made herself ready. You are that bride. This life you are living now is the time of preparation for the wedding feast. This hope is not meant to be a distant, theological concept that you think about once in a while. It is meant to be a vibrant, living reality that changes how you live every single moment of today. When you live with the certainty of my return, it reframes everything. The suffering you endure is no longer a meaningless tragedy. It becomes a light and momentary affliction that is preparing for you an eternal weight of glory. You can endure it with grace and even joy because you know it is temporary and it has a purpose. The pursuit of worldly treasures, status, wealth, comfort, becomes foolish. Why would you spend your entire life polishing the brass on a sinking ship? Instead, you begin to invest your life in things that will last for eternity. Your love for others, your service, your sharing of the good news. These are the only investments that will survive the fires of this world. Living in watchful expectation of my return fills you with a holy urgency. You stop procrastinating. You stop putting off the obedience I have called you to. You realize that your time is short and your mission is critical. It also fills you with a profound peace. You can stop frantically trying to fix the world, because you know that one day I will return and do it perfectly. I will wipe away every tear from every eye. There will be no more death, or mourning, or crying, or pain, for the old order of things will have passed away. I will make all things new. This is not wishful thinking. It is your guaranteed destiny. So, lift up your head. When the world seems to be unraveling, when your own struggles seem overwhelming, Remember my promise. I am coming soon. Let this hope purify your heart, empower your witness, and give you the strength to stand firm until the very end. The suffering of this present time is not worthy to be compared with the glory that will be revealed in you. Hold on. I am on my way. We have talked for a long time now. I have opened my heart to you. I have pulled back the curtain and shown you the truth about your life, about me, and about the reality of our relationship. I have spoken to you about the stillness I require and the secrets you have hidden. We have discussed your true identity and the matter of your divided heart. We have talked about your divine purpose, the distance you have felt, and the grace you have misunderstood. I have shown you the heavy burdens you were never meant to carry and the divine purpose in the people I have placed in your path. We have confronted the power of your words, the counterfeit comforts you run to, and the loving nature of my discipline. We have faced the prison of unforgiveness, the reality of the spiritual battle, my unchanging nature, the true meaning of worship, my eternal perspective on time, the fear of man that has paralyzed you, the sole rest I offer, your use of my word, and the power of a thankful heart. I have held nothing back. Now, this quiet room we have been sitting in becomes a place of decision. The conversation must now lead to a choice. For my words are not meant to merely inform you. They are meant to transform you. And transformation always requires a response from you. I will not force you. My love does not coerce. The choice is now yours, and it is the most important choice you will make today, perhaps in your entire life. You are standing at a divine intersection, a crossroads. You cannot remain here. You must choose which path you will take from this moment forward. One path leads back to the way you were living before this conversation. It is a familiar path. It leads back to the noise, the striving, the anxiety, the divided heart, the hidden shame, the counterfeit comforts. It is a path of exhaustion and quiet despair. The other path is the one I have been showing you. It is a path of surrender, of trust, of humility, a wholehearted devotion. It is the path of freedom and peace. So I ask you directly, my child, will you heed my voice? Will you turn back to me with all your heart, not just a portion of it? Will you surrender the things we have discussed? Will you give me the secret you have been hiding? Will you let go of the burden you have been carrying? Will you choose to forgive? Will you silence your grumbling with gratitude? Will you step out of your isolation and into community? Will you release your grip of control? Do not harden your heart as you have in the past. Do not treat this as just another emotional moment that will fade when the noise of your life rushes back in. This is a turning point. The choice does not have to be complicated. It begins with a simple, honest word from your heart to mine. It can be as simple as, yes. Yes, Lord. I choose you. I surrender. Help me. Say it now, in the quiet of your heart. Speak it to me. This is not the end of the struggle, but it is the end of the struggle alone. When you choose this path, you choose to walk it hand in hand with me, depending on my spirit for the strength to take each step. So choose life, my beloved child. Choose the abundant, free, purposeful life I died to give you. Choose me. Everything is waiting on your decision. You have heard my voice, and you have made your decision in this sacred moment. If your heart has said yes to me, if you have chosen life, then let your first act of surrendered obedience be to empower the very message that brought you to this crossroads. You are now a torchbearer, commanded to pass the divine flame I have just lit in you to another soul waiting in the darkness. Your gift is the proof of your decision, the first fruit of your yes that makes you a partner in my great rescue mission. I now say to you, freely you have received this word, so freely you must give. As you release this seed, I will ensure that the ground of your own life never lacks the manna of my presence and provision. Now, seal your decision with action. Give generously through Super Thanks membership or the PayPal link below, and unleash this word upon the world. This conversation was not by chance. It was a divine appointment for this exact moment in your life. The time for passive listening is over, and the time for active decision is now. Therefore, I ask you to seal this moment between us. Declare it in the comments below, not for men to see, but as a sacred altar for your own soul. I am listening, Lord. Speak to me. Let this be your first act of turning, the moment your heart fully answered my call. Your declaration is the sound of a chain breaking. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.